Hi, good afternoon. Welcome. Everyone. Hopefully that takes care of that. To the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular session on Wednesday, August 14th. We have a lot of hot button items today, but I will start by saying Greg Postman, our chair, and Steve Child, our vice chair, are joining us remotely. And so they have asked me to chair this meeting today. I'm Kelly McNicholas Curry. We also have Patty Clapper and Francie Jacober here in the room with us today. And I know we are going to have a bunch of folks joining us for the items at the end of the calendar. We have decided to sort of reorganize our agenda today so we can move expeditiously through the items that probably won't take a whole lot of time, and to kind of save the time for those folks, and then move on at the end of the meeting where we will have a discussion about 4 ballot measures that the BoCC is considering putting on the ballot this fall. I am thinking we are going to reach those about 1:30 this afternoon. So if folks are interested in joining on to give us public comment at that time, that's my best guess. But forgive me if we are off a little. Okay. So with that, I will look to staff, Rich and Ryan. Do we have any additions or deletions to today's agenda?
I do not. do not either, Kelly. Thanks.
Okay, great. So we will go ahead and go to public comment. These are for items that are not listed for public comment on today's agenda and can be any matter of general concern to the community. We ask folks to come up, introduce yourself and your topic, and you will have 3 minutes. So I will start in the room. Anyone in the room today? All right, Rachel Richards, come on up.
And is it red light on or off?
Red light on.
Red light on, okay. Thank you very much for your time. My name is Rachel Richards. I've lived in Aspen for over 44 years now. I'm here to talk once again about the entrance to Aspen and the Castle Creek Bridge and all the hoo-ha. You may have seen the newspapers that say that the city of Aspen is planning to ask CDOT, the Federal Highway Administration, for a 3rd time if they can skip NEPA processes. Why? Because NEPA will talk to neighborhoods that you guys represent that they don't, such as Aspen Village, Lazy Glen, North 40, Phillips Curve, the school district housing, the Highlands housing, the Annie Mitchell, and the Burlingame. How will this affect our mass transit riders when there's only going to be a single lane of mixed traffic in? And just to update you, the new designs have all the trees in front of the golf course from Cemetery Lane to the Truscott intersection removed so that they can expand the roundabout into the golf course, realigning a few tees and changing the views so you can really get a good look at those Truscott apartments as you come in. It also will change Cemetery Lane to a right-in and a right-out only access intersection. That way, if the 3-lane bridge comes through, the traffic can just keep flowing really readily. But everyone who lives on McLean Flats or comes in that road from other places through Cemetery Lane will now have to slingshot through the roundabout when the schools are letting out, first thing in the morning, 24/7, in order to get into town. So these are some of the fatal flaws. We were told again last night that Aspen will have a 15-hour evacuation time in case of fire emergencies. Currently, 15 hours. Paradise, California burned down and 85 people died a lot faster than that. We also have been told that there will not be a redundant fire route exit if this process goes forward. So I'm really just here to ask you one more time, please insist on an EIS process, and let's get it started soon. It's been 16 months since the new council got elected and decided they wanted to find other things. They could have put a 3-lane bridge in an EIS process from the very beginning, and we'd be 14, 16 months ahead of the game, and maybe able to get some of that federal Jobs Reinvestment Act money to build this road before the bridge does fall down. So again, I'm asking you to start talking to your own citizens. Talk to the Airport Business Center, talk to people down Valley, talk to your bus riders and find out what they think. Because the city only defines its community and the Regional Transportation Service as their residents, not the others, the thousands of people who serve this community every day. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your attention to this soon.
Thanks, Rachel.
Thank you, Rachel.
Okay, are there other folks here in the room who would like to do public comment? Come on up.
I hadn't planned to comment on the entrance to Aspen since I'm here for the excitement over the CBOE appeals process. I know you've been up all night probably reading those.
I woke up at 3 thinking about it, Mick.
Anyway, you should have just called. I was up to. I served 10 years on the State Transportation Advisory Committee as a representative of the Intermountain Transportation Region and, of course, this county. During that tenure, we passed on recommendations for billions of dollars in highway projects. I'd been to Washington to discuss this sort of thing, and what I learned from that is not what the correct entrance to Aspen is, although I understand Rachel's argument, it's a good one, but that the process does require two things, and one is you do have to have NEPA. You have to have NEPA approval, but also the process is a competitive process with other jurisdictions on the western slope. And it sort of operates the way an NCAA bracket works. You start at the TPR level, you go to the region level, and then you go to the state level with your projects. And it's competitive, and it is often cooperative in that you make deals and bargains with other people who want projects above and beyond the funding that's available. There's never more funding than there are projects. And the projects during my tenure that were approved include the Maroon Creek Bridge, which was $24 million, the roundabout, which was $4.5 million from CDOT, and Snowmass Canyon, which was $107 million to make that 4-lane, and the 4-laning platform from Gerbosdale to what is now the roundabout wasn't then. And in each case, the county and the applicants were very careful to have their NEPA ducks lined up and quacking in the one direction before going in to secure funding. So my recommendation to this board is that you communicate and cooperate, facilitate, however it's described now, with your peers at the city and the Snowmass Village, and have input on this entrance. It's your entrance. It's not the city's entrance, although it's within their jurisdiction due to an annexation now. I think you should be participants one way or the other and have input. It's odd that Rachel should mention the impacts of a 3-lane on the roundabout and the adjacent golf course property. About 2 years ago, a guy named Howie Mallory, you may know him, asked me what it would be like if you put a slip lane around the roundabout so people could go down the valley without entering the roundabout. So I did a GIS map for him. And Rachel is correct. It would be a lot of trees that would have to be taken. You would have to move the bike path over or put it underground. Can hardly wait for that. And the city of Aspen would have to have an open space vote because golf course is open space property. So there's a lot at stake there, and I hope you will look into it and weigh in as you see fit. But I think it's a county-wide and actually district-wide, being the IMTPR, question about what happens with the roundabout. It's not just a city problem any more than, dread to say, the airport is just a county facility. It's something we're all connected to. So thank you for your time.
Thanks, Mick.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mick.
All right, are there other folks in the room? Hi, Ellen, come on up.
Thank you.
Hi.
Hi, everybody.
Nice to see you.
I have 3 quick things. The first one, I want to correct something that was in the Aspen Times today. There was a report on the report that you got about the Airport Advisory Board, and there was a misstatement. And the misstatement was the task force, that would be the Safety Ops Task Force, also hired a new airport project coordinator. That's not correct. The project coordinator was for all the airport, not just the Safety Task Force. So I wanted to make sure that was clear. Number 2, I just want to give you a heads up that there, very quickly, I live in Aspen Village, and there is yet another application for a food truck at the what's now called the Woody Creek Station, that little store at the bottom of the hill. There was a joint Aspen Village Metro District and HOA meeting last night to discuss it, and the residents are overwhelmingly opposed to it for various reasons, the main one being the traffic situation down there is a mess. It's very dangerous. There are no sidewalks, there's no traffic plan. We have little kids dashing through semis trying to gas up and so forth. And the majority of people, I'm speaking for myself and many of the people in the room, are opposed to it until we can get the traffic and the safety and health situation cleaned up down there. There's just too much unregulated vehicular and pedestrian traffic with no sidewalks. Your staff, I think Leslie Lamont is the staff point person, and from the vibes I'm getting from community development, they are not going to have public input or a public hearing, and I would really ask you to encourage them to have a public meeting with public input on that, because it affects our neighborhood very much. And number 3, Rye very kindly spoke to me a week ago about the curfew violation. I don't know, have you had a meeting and decided what you're going to do about the latest curfew violation?
Hi, Ellen.
Hi.
We're going to pursue the curfew violation against SkyWest as provided in the land use code, or I'm sorry, in the county code right now, so.
Okay, well, I just want to point out to you that my position then and a couple years ago and now is the code clearly says it is the responsibility of the pilot and the operator, not the pilot or the operator. And I absolutely believe that the pilot should be summoned as well as the operator. I don't see how you can read it any other way. There's a difference between and or. And that's just my, I don't see how you can read it any other way. And I'm going to pursue that because it's not working the way it is. If it happens the way it did the last time, SkyWest got a $1,000 slap on the wrist. That's chump change. It means nothing. But further, moreover, it's not the way the code is written. It's the pilot and the operator. Thank you.
Thanks, Ellen.
Thank you. Okay, is there anyone else in the room who would like to make public comment for items not noticed for public comment later in today's agenda? Can we go online and see if there is anyone? And then Greg, I'll come to you, but let's see if there's anyone online who wishes to have general public comment. You press *9 to raise your hand or use the function on Zoom. Okay, I am not seeing that, so I will, we will move on to commissioner comments, and I'll go to Greg first, and then Steve online, and then we'll do commissioner comments here in the room. Greg, go ahead.
Great, thank you all, and Kelly, thank you for chairing. You're doing a great job, and I think you're destined to be the chair.
For today.
Thank you. I've got three things. First one was, I was a little confused. Was Ellen just representing the homeowners association for Aspen Village, or is she representing herself? It wasn't very clear, and I just think I need clarity on that.
She is
the
shaking
first
her head
question.
and saying she's not representing the homeowners association. She's summarizing
Okay, thank you.
their meeting
Thank
as
you for
herself.
that. The next thing is, we do have a letter from CC4CA, and I'm hoping we'll get to it in open discussion. I just want to make sure you're all ready for it. I think I'd like us to propose that we all sign that and get it back to them. It's an important topic, which we discussed yesterday. And then second, we have a letter in open discussion on Lazy Glen on the Up Valley Lane that's being requested. Brian Pettit needs our approval to get a signature on that. And so two things just to have on your list so I don't forget during open discussion. Thank you.
Yep,
That's
I
it.
got it noted. Thank you, Greg. Okay, Steve, do you have commissioner comments today? Go ahead, please.
Yeah, thanks, Kelly. And Kelly, you are doing an awesome job as chairman. I have full confidence
Thank
in
you.
there.
No turning back
Today
now,
is my
Kelly.
last day in Alaska on this month-long trip to our 50th state up here. Maybe it's the 49th state, I'm not sure. We'll be flying back late tonight and getting back to the valley late tomorrow. We didn't take a car to the airport. We rode Mustang. And we're gonna be getting home by way of Mustang and the RTD train to downtown and Raptor bus to get home. So, it seems like every other person in Fairbanks right now has COVID, and we have all had COVID while we have been here. And we're gonna try to not bring it back home with us. I'm testing negative right now, but I'll do my best to not infect anybody. I'm looking forward to seeing all of you in person next week. Thank you.
You too, Steve. Stay healthy and travel safe. Okay, Francie or Patty? Francie?
I have a short comment, and you've heard it before, and that is that I'm really sorry that we are still siloing our discussions about the impacts on traffic from the airport and the entrance to Aspen and the lumberyard and at Brush Creek and bridges across the river. All of those subjects we're treating as though they are individual subjects and not related to each other. And I would really like for the city and the county and Snowmass and Basalt to consider one view of the valley, particularly from Brush Creek in, so that we are not solving individual problems and maybe our solutions aren't going to mesh with the other solutions. That's my comment.
Thank you, Francie. Patty?
Yeah, I just want to let the public know that we will be having a discussion. I know Rachel left, but we'll be having a discussion so far planned. We'll see if it actually comes to fruition with the city of Aspen about the entrance, getting a presentation from the city. And also getting more information about the county's responsibilities and obligations under the record of decision. So those are upcoming. We're working on it. We've been a little sidetracked by some various issues before us today. So hopefully we'll get everything running smoothly. So the Board of Commissioners has been extremely busy, as has our staff. We can't wait until November 6th, I think, the day after the election, and then with certification of the ballot and see what's happening across this country. So we have a lot going on, and so please bear with us as we move forward into all these other very important items. And I agree with Francie that we do need to look more at a broader spectrum along the Highway 82 corridor from the entrance to the intercept lot. The park and ride, what are we calling it? The Brush Creek Park and Ride, to see, how it's all all those pieces are gonna fit together. We've had the discussions that way in the past, but I think things are changing. We need to bring it back again and reaffirm where we were or change the plan to move forward into the future. So thank you, and hopefully today's meeting will provide some more light as to what the county's been doing.
All right, great, thank you. Related to these conversations about the entrance to Aspen, I am looking forward to these upcoming meetings and presentations from the city for us to understand more clearly what their contemplations have been and what our role is. I would love in the near future for us to expand that to include RAFTA, to include the Elected Officials Transportation Committee, because I do think we all have an opportunity here, and I really see this as opportunity that I hope is not lost. And it would be great to understand those sort of various institutional perspectives on how we contribute to solutions to moving people throughout our valley. One of the more heartbreaking things I read in the paper this week related to this conversation was sort of a brief statement in one of the articles that said, no one representing the workers or commuters of the valley were represented at the council meetings, nor were their concerns acknowledged and brought up. And, I'm really starting to brainstorm effort towards putting together a workers guild to bring together the voices of folks who don't necessarily live in Aspen or Pickens County, but who are very intrinsic to our community, and who are the ones commuting, who do have a stakeholding position in all of this, not just related to the entrance, but in really trying to understand, how do we hear from folks who are coming into our community every day to work and service, our town and our county. Are there other opportunities, not just related to policy issues, but is there more of a collective organizing that can happen related to supporting our workforce? And so I'm just going to throw that out there. If anyone's interested in brainstorming such a collective with me, please feel free to reach out, because I think maybe post-election into 2025, I will be focusing on that more in depth. And that's,
Great idea.
not a board idea, obviously, but that's something I would like to do in my service to the community. With that.
In your free time, right?
Okay, let's move on then. So we have a number of items on our consent agenda. The first item is the minutes of our meetings, and then items 2 through 9 are related to abatements. So I think what I will do is I'll pull the minutes and just ask for a motion on those, and then we can talk about if we want to pull any specific abatements or move them as a collective.
I will make I'll make a motion to approve the minutes of July 24th regular meeting and of our July 30th special meeting.
Thank you.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Patty, seconded by Francie. Is there any conversation about the minutes of those two meetings? I will note, I was on vacation on the 30th when the Elam gravel pit was discussed. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you. Okay, related to the abatement petitions, I will invite Sam up just to give us a brief overview of what our action items here, and then I'll look to any members of the board if there's any specific items 2 through 9 that you wish to discuss.
Hello,
Hi, Sam.
everyone.
Hi, Sam.
Sammy and administration. You have 3 abatement petitions on there that are assessor recommendations for refunds over $10,000. And then you have another 5 on there that all went to hearings with your appointed hearing officer, Mick Ireland, on various dates. And then his recommendations were enclosed. So essentially, these are all going to be resolutions that we use the abatement form for. So that would be the action taken by the commissioners.
Okay, thank you for that summary.
Oh, yeah, I'm here in case anybody has
Burning.
fascinating opinions.
Good to know.
It happens.
Okay, are there any of these specific ones that board members wish to pull for discussion?
I just want to make a comment.
Go ahead.
I want to thank you, and I want to thank staff, assessor's office, and the hearing officer. This has been a lot of work, it's interesting to read through how many of these people you've known for years that have lived here, and some you've never heard of, and some addresses you're not even sure where they are. But yeah, the information is interesting, and I'm hoping that this next year and the year after and the year after, things kind of mellow out a little more for our busy staff and hearing officers. But thank you. I want to thank you guys for all your time and energy.
Okay. All right, if I'm not hearing from anyone who wants to discuss any of these, so I will look for a motion to approve items 2 through 9 by consent.
We can do that. We don't have to do them individually.
So moved.
All right, Francie moved, Greg seconded. Any further discussion? I will just note that, that this process reflects flexibility through the assessment, property value assessment process that, property owners have many ways to avail themselves to sort of pitch their detailed perspective from their detailed property for consideration. And I think that that is a great benefit to Colorado taxpayers. All right, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay. Item number 10 is a ratification of the hearing officer's determination of appeals. I will note that I'm going to call a special meeting for the BoCC to sit as the Board of Equalization for this item. And so this is the spreadsheet that we saw of the multiple sort of changes in valuation. Do you want to explain that a little bit, Sam?
Correct. Yeah, so from the course of July 8th through August 2nd, the Board of Equalization appointed hearing officers to hear these appeals. So that was Mick Ireland, Kim Tarver, and Liz Newman. I believe Kim and Liz are online if you guys have questions. So they had 136 appeals come forth. Some withdrew, some stipulated, which essentially was a mutual agreement between the assessor and the petitioner prior to the hearing. And then the rest of them went to hearings with those hearing officers. And then that spreadsheet essentially is the value prior to the hearing, and then the notification of whether there was a change or no change in value, and then the final total.
Okay. Rosa, do you mind pulling up to see if Kim or Liz have?
Can I make a
up?
comment while we're?
Yes, please go ahead, Patty.
I found it interesting to see how many people we kept employed for filing all these petitions. Reading down through the list of names of people who filed on behalf of, so I thought that was pretty interesting. And again, appreciate the effort. And I know that everybody can take a big sigh now that we're done with this. Is that correct? This process will be wrapped up.
Still gotta go to the Board of Assessment Appeals if people want.
Okay.
Yeah, so after this, it's 30 days. They can either appeal with the Board of Assessment Appeals, arbitration, which again would be through our office, or county court.
Okay. All right, so we're moving along. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I do, I guess, have a question for Mick or Kim or Liz. Was this number of appeals in the range of what was expected for this cycle?
As far as I can tell, it was actually pretty low. Initially, I think the assessor's office was looking at 600, but it didn't materialize. And the appeals that we had were by and large not controversial. They were your typical thing about, my roof doesn't work, and my neighbor has an easement in my backyard, and the gold mine under my house is inoperative, all those things, but sort of run-of-the-mill stuff. I mean, I don't know about what Liz saw, but I didn't see anything really outstanding in this group.
And I'll go to Liz. Liz, thank you for helping us with all this. Did you have any additional comments? Did you think this was sort of in the realm, in the range of what you expected?
Well, I did expect to see more appeals, but just because I thought maybe some people who hadn't been through last time might come through. But yeah, they were a little bit easier to work with. I did have one really large property that was fascinating, and that was a timeshare property in town that you have in your packet. But yeah, we're all learning a lot, and it went really well. I really appreciate the way Sam reorganized our system, because that made it a lot slicker to get through. And I think that'll help next year, because we may be back with a very busy year again. But that was a big help. So thank you, Sam, and the rest of the staff for doing that.
Awesome. Thank you. Mick, go ahead.
I would like to echo that. What Sam did allows us to do more work considering the appeal and less work trying to transcribe it into a format that others can use. And once you get past the password protection world, the triple double password and the Mr. Musk and all those guys, once you get past that, it went pretty smoothly. So I can write an appeal as a Word document and paste it into a form that immediately goes to Sam and then is retained, and there's not a question of, a missing page, or you didn't turn something in, or you made a mistake on the form. It's much nicer thanks to her effort.
Great,
Well,
good to
thank
hear.
you for the
Thanks, Sam.
shout out. Yeah. Okay, are there any other questions for our hearing officers from the board? Okay, then I will request a motion to ratify.
It's a public hearing.
Oh, thank you. Thank you. Is there any members of the public who wish to comment on the ratification of determinations of appeal? Okay, hopefully that means everyone was satisfied with the outcome. All right, I'll close the public comment and I will look for a motion, please.
I'll move to approve the ratification of hearing officers' determinations of appeals of the Pickens County Assessor's valuation.
Second.
All right, Patty moved, Francie seconded. Any further discussion? Okay, seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Sam. Thanks, Mick. Thank you, Liz and Kim. Okay, and then I will request a motion to adjourn as the Board of Equalization.
Second.
Thank you, Francie. Thank you, Greg. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay.
Thanks, Mick.
All right, we are now sitting again as the BoCC, and we're moving on to item 11, individual consideration items. These are first readings set for a public hearing in 2 weeks on August 28th. So I will invite folks up from Human Services to discuss the resolution of the BoCC approving the fiscal 24-25 core services program allocation and core services plan with the Colorado Department of Human Services and Colorado Office of Children, Youth, and Families Division of Child Welfare. Hi. Please introduce yourselves.
Hi, thanks everybody. Good to see you. Lindsay Mace, Director of Human Services.
And I'm Kelly Kirkpatrick. I manage Adult and Family Services. And do I need to read this title again to introduce
I don't
this?
think so.
Okay.
Why don't you go ahead and tell us
wasn't
what
quite
we're
sure.
considering?
Thank you. So the Pickens County Core Services Plan, this is a money that comes to us through our allocation, and we use it, and it's to be used for the prevention of out-of-home placement of children. In Pickens County, we build our own plan, which includes trauma-informed therapies, an in-house life skills program, translation services, and also family meeting facilitation. This year, it's increased by 14% to $73,710.
Okay, are there any questions for Kelly or Lindsay? Yes. We like increases?
Yeah, we did, yeah, do. Well, that was nice. So I would like to make a motion then
Okay.
to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners as previously read by the chair and to set for second reading and public hearing on August the 28th.
I'll second that.
All right. Thank you, Patty and Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you. And, okay, you guys will be here for a couple of more items a little bit later.
Yes.
Thank you. Nice to see you. All right, moving on to item number 12, a resolution of the BoCC authorizing the assignment of the county's private activity bond allocation for 2024 to the Eagle County Housing and Development Authority and providing under other details to us in connection therewith. Hi.
Hi, good afternoon.
Good afternoon. I will say, I don't think I have ever seen this before.
I have never done this before.
So,
You and me both.
Okay.
I'm Ashley Pearl. Who am I? I'm the Resiliency and Housing Director for Pickens County. And I'm joined by Tori Franks from Eagle County, if we can pull her up. Tori's my counterpart in Eagle County. And so, forgive me because I am also not an expert in this, but there are things called private activity bonds, PABs, and we are issued a certain amount of PABs through the state every single year based on our population. PABs are essentially a tax-exempt bond that can be used on specific things, and they expire every year. So every year we're issued them. They're highly specific, so we've never used our allotment. They're also not that much. So for example, ours is just over $1 million this year. So when you're talking about housing, that amount of debt isn't hugely beneficial. So my understanding of these is that they can be very beneficial when you can combine a number of PABs from different communities together to make up a large tax-exempt debt amount. So Eagle County, who is our partners in all things housing, I use Tori as a sounding board on a lot of things because they've been through the ringer a couple times, as have we. So we learn from each other and support each other. Reached out a number of months ago explaining this new project that they're working on, which I'll let Tori explain, and said what we need these PABs. And so Eagle County can either wait until everybody's PABs expire in September, and then they could request the unallocated amount for Eagle County from the state. But it's seen as a better way to do it, is my understanding, to reach out to individual jurisdictions and ask for the allowance of PABs that are unused in advance of them expiring and going to the state. So Eagle County reached out to us and said, can we have your PABs? And we looked into it and we said, we know how to do this. We do this, I think, actually in Human Services quite a bit. When we have like a pass-through allowance from the state that is unused, you can transfer them between other communities. So that's my very non-technical explanation of my understanding of PABs. I'm told by finance that we do this and that we're allowed to do it, and that it's also a gesture of goodwill for the folks at Eagle County who, in the future, we may have need for a large debt issuance, and we may need to go out and understand more about how we might use PABs from other communities to support us. So,
Can I just ask a?
Yeah.
Please.
before Tori goes into the details, and Rich, I'm gonna need some help with what we do at the airport. When we have federal funds, we allocate them elsewhere, but we get that money back from those jurisdictions. This is a little different.
Yes.
It just puts us in good grace when we want to ask for funds, say 2 years or something from Eagle, and they haven't used all theirs or aren't using theirs at all. But see, with the airport, we actually get their monies back.
Get 'em back.
So this is kind of the same, but a little different.
A little different, but kind of the same.
Okay, thank you.
And we have no use for them this year, and
Yeah.
they expire. So it's not like we can't get anything from them if we.
That's the
say
same thing
no.
at the airport, but when we give them to, say, Larimer County or Colorado Springs, we get them back in years to come, that money back from them. It's a kind of a guaranteed.
Yeah.
This is kind of a thank you, we helped you out, can you help us out?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
And did you want to add anything? You looks like your ears perked.
Did I say something incorrect?
I'm sure you didn't. No. I'm sure it's great. I don't know where you're at in the conversation, but I just wanted to add that private activity bonds are an allocation we get given from the state to use for certain uses, and it's dependent upon our population size, so it's usually a very small amount. We've never used them, so that means in September they revert back to the statewide allocation where people can apply for them, others can apply, but in this case, Eagle County wanted ours before it reverted back to the state, so.
Thank you for making me sound not totally crazy, because that's what I said.
And it also puts us in good graces with those other counties for in the future if we need to get funds coming our way. Perfect.
Okay, are there further questions for Ann or Ashley? Otherwise, I'll invite Tori. I'd love to hear just sort of an explanation of the project a little bit and the role that these PABs are playing in it. But anything else you want to offer? No other
That's it.
questions?
I think Tori can speak to the project. Would
Okay.
be great.
All right, Tori, go ahead, please.
Hi all, Picken County Commissioners, Tori Franks here, the Resiliency Director at Eagle County. So yes, Ashley and I are partners in many things. I did want to give you guys a little background on the project. So it's called Eagle Villas. It's an existing affordable housing development. It is 120 units located in the town of Eagle, and it was originally developed in 1994. And it was originally financed using some of the very first low-income housing tax credits that were available in Colorado at that time. The low-income housing tax credits, when they sort of went in place in 1994, had a 30-year expiration, or the LURA, which is the Land Use Restriction Agreement that went in when the project was originally developed, had a 30-year sunset. So at the end of 2004, the LURA, which is the mechanism by which these units are restricted, and they are some of our most very affordable units in Eagle County, rents are capped from 40 to 60% AMI. So these are very low income and are essentially irreplaceable for us, in the current market. So what happened was a private owner and developer purchased this property, I think back in 2008, sort of, thinking that they would try to sell it on the quote free market once this LURA rolled off in the end of 2024. We were approached by a developer, Ulysses Development Group out of Denver, who sort of does this work all day, every day. And they were putting together a partnership to try to purchase the project and keep the affordability in place. So what the housing authority, the Eagle County Housing Authority's role is we provided $6.5 million in subordinate debt to acquire the property, which we were able to do in partnership with Ulysses on June 14th. So we have the property in our, in Ulysses' control. And when our $6.5 million went in at closing, we put a new LURA on the project that maintains those units as is. So we are having really no change in rents for our tenants there. The next step in this process, and where this PAB allocation bit comes in, is that Ulysses is going to re-syndicate or refinance using low-income housing tax credits, which is where we need this increased bond capacity to refinance the project. And then in that process, we will put a new LURA on, so we get to do that again, but the rents will not change. But also the low-income housing rehab program will allow Ulysses to invest, they're estimating between $8 to $10 million in the project to do capital upgrades. We're pretty sure the units haven't seen much, the units and the properties have not seen much sprucing up or real upgrade in capital since 1994. So that's the big next step. We anticipate that we will probably close on the resyndication Q1 or Q2 of 2005. But to Ashley's point, those the PAB allocations deadline is September 15th. So for us, it's helpful to have Pickens County's sort of commitment directly to us, which then we will issue to the project, rather than going back to the state and sort of having to pull it from sort of the non-allocated bucket. So this kind of saves us a step, saves us/Ulysses a step, and it assures that at least Pickens plus our bond cap will be able to be utilized in the resyndication.
Great.
Okay. Other questions? Any questions for Tori?
I would just say thanks in large part to what Tori and Eagle County are doing, because these sorts of highly complicated projects are really important for us to watch as we look at our aging housing stock and how we might fund future improvements. So this has been a great learning experience for me to even be aware that a process such as this exists and PABs exist. So if nothing more, we've added one more tool to our toolbox. Granted, I don't know how to use the tool yet, but I will learn. And if we need it, it's a really good thing to watch. And thanks Eagle County and Tori for leading the way and letting us observe as we go.
So can I just ask clarifying questions? So the bonding is being paid off through the rents collected and the tax credit that's being collected. Is that correct? How do I understand that?
So Ulysses Development Group, which is the owner of the property, the bonds will sort of be utilized when they resyndicate, and then some of it will be paid off by the rents, and some of it will be utilized where they bring in a tax credit investor. So the equity comes in early, and then that tax credit investor gets the tax credit as the property goes through time. So they are the equity that comes up front is sort of really the magic that makes these projects work, because the rents are so low. So the tax there's a little bit of cash flow, but not a ton.
Yeah, okay. And I'll just let folks know, so I sit on the task force for tax policy, and we are hearing a presentation tomorrow on housing tax credits. If anyone wishes to tune in at 1:30, you can find the link to that on the Colorado General Assembly website.
I would love to join you, but I have a dentist appointment at 1:30. Shucks.
I don't know which is more fun. But. Okay, other questions for Tori or
No,
Ann
thanks,
or
Tori.
Ashley?
Good info.
Great. I think this is one of those projects that supporting housing in the region helps housing everywhere in the region. So I think that's great. Greg, did you have a question?
No question,
Okay.
but I'm ready to make a motion.
Yes, please do. This is a first reading and set for public hearing on the 28th.
Motion to approve.
Thank you, sir.
I'll second.
Thank you, Francie, Patty. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thanks, guys.
Aye.
Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Okay, moving on to item number 13. This is individual consideration items and public hearings, second readings. Resolution of the BoCC approving a county grant agreement with the Colorado Department of Healthcare Policy and Financing for trauma-informed management practice. And Lindsay Maish, I think this is to you.
Hi, Lindsay.
Hey again.
Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Good to see you all again.
Turn your mic on, please. Thank you.
Yep, Lindsay Maish, Director of Human Services. Good to see you all again. This first second reading is for the HICPUF, right? Healthcare Policy and Financing Grant that we've received that we will be awarded upon your approval today. And this was really for, this is called the County Grant Program, and this is for the trauma-informed workplace, which we've been talking more about that language and how to provide that context as well. But this is really a consulting company that we've worked with for many years and helping us to approach the work with a lens that is sensitive both to our staff and our customers. That would essentially increase our customer and our staff satisfaction. So this is second reading for that grant today. Any questions?
Anyone have any questions? I just want to confirm, okay, the application was for 108 and they awarded 43? Is that right?
Yeah, is that the math? Sorry,
No, that's okay. That's why I'm seeking clarification.
Yeah, so it's a 60-40 split, so they
perfect.
cover 40, we do the 60, and yes, I think those are the amounts. Mhm.
All right, any questions for Lindsay before I open it for public hearing?
I would just like you to explain a little bit about trauma informed management practice.
Sure. So to just provide a little bit of context, I think we all have a reaction when we hear the word trauma informed because that word gets used a lot. It's a buzzword today. So what this really means is around the way that we address some of our own things that come up in the interactions that we've had with customers or each other or in our own lives. And how that then comes up through the work when we're sitting with customers. So when we are doing interviews or we're doing the child welfare work that we do or the adult protection work, we have to be aware of how those things have impacted us for ourselves. And if that starts to come through in the work, we need to have tools to be able to manage that. So that's kind of the essence or the spirit of it. What that means in practice is that we get really clear about our roles and our responsibilities and use that as an anchor for the work that we're doing so that any of that stuff that might be coming up for folks doesn't get in the way of the work. Does that make sense?
Well, I understood everything you said. I'm not quite sure how is it like just an educational process?
Yeah, so we'll have deliverables that will come out of this grant. The deliverables that are attached to this we'll have a really nice onboarding and training curriculum for any new staff and then ongoing as well for staff around just the language of it, but also clarification of roles, responsibilities, and things like that. And then, of course, the coaching is, it's funny, it braids really well with equity, diversity, and inclusion work because a lot of that work is also anchored to what has your experience been in your life or in your workplace that has impacted the way that you now work. So a lot of the coaching and the kind of they're called learning labs that we do with them helps us to understand what those things are and then what that practice looks like. So we'll have a couple of subject matter experts, so to speak, that will come out of this that will be able to assist in ongoing. So there's a sustainability plan after this grant runs out after this year.
Okay, thanks.
Does that help?
Thanks,
Okay.
Lindsay.
Other questions? Okay, I'll go to the public hearing on this item. And again, this is our resolution approving a county grant agreement with HICPUF for trauma-informed management practice. Okay, Rosa, can you just check? I don't think I see any hands up online, please. Okay. All right, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing, and I'll look for either discussion or a motion.
I'd make a motion to approve.
I'll second.
Okay, thank you, Greg. Thank you, Francie. Any further discussion? Seeing none.
Just reading this, if I could, Kelly.
Yeah.
I think this is great, and it's great that the state's supporting us with this, and that Lindsay's going to have a staff that's resilient and prepared, and thinking about best practices and empathy while in certain sometimes really difficult situations, and it's just great that we've got a team that's going to be prepared for what comes their way. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Greg. Yeah, I guess I'm wondering if there's like cross-departmental opportunities to share learning. I could see how in public safety this would be a really valuable lens for our public safety staff to approach the world through, because I know you guys are all dealing with folks who are really kind of at their most vulnerable.
Yeah, there was actually, we had a conversation with Aaliyah around there's some kind of like canned trauma trainings that they're going to be giving us through this next year. And I asked if I could offer those to other departments or to the board. And they said that I think we have either 30 or 90 days to be able to offer those. So when we get those, I'm happy to share them out with our directors group and with the board.
Great, thank you. Okay, any further discussion? All right, all in favor of the motion to approve, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, Lindsay, one more with you. Item number 14, a resolution of the BoCC approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners and Aspen Valley Hospital and Town of Snowmass Village to support the winter emergency overnight shelter and services. Thank you.
Thank you so much. So this is our second reading today for the emergency winter shelter. Most notably, the biggest differences are that that Recovery Resources is looking for another venue because the co-location of withdrawal management and homeless services has presented just some issues that they've worked through, but are looking to separate that. And I believe at this point they're in conversations with the Aspen Chapel to be able to provide the emergency winter shelter there. And the other notable difference from last year to this year is that we went from kind of a model of what we've historically been giving for these services as a group to percentages for each of us for this year and upcoming years, where what it will look like is that Aspen Valley Hospital and Pickens County are both going to do 40% of the total cost of the budget, where Town of Snowmass Village has agreed to 20% of the cost. We'll be initiating conversations, I think, through the housing the housing and homeless services strategic planning. Will be convening stakeholders and re-engaging with those that have historically given and are now no longer part of this contract.
I have a question about the funding allocation. So we're providing an in-kind contribution for Health and Human Services space. How does this show up if we're doing an off-site vendor, location? Are we paying that vendor that amount instead?
Yeah, it's a great question. They'll still be utilizing that space for withdrawal management and day center services. So that's still there. It's the overnight service. So the day center homeless services are still going to be provided through that area. So that in-kind still remains for that part. That's not what's in this, though. This is for the winter overnight shelter. So they actually have received grants to be able to, they will be paying I think they'll have a lease or something like that, an agreement with the Aspen Chapel, and they will be paying them a monthly fee to be able to provide the service there.
Okay, thank you, that's helpful. Mm-hmm. Any other questions for Lindsay before I open this for public comment?
I'll just make a really quick comment. We are planning, or hopefully, maybe, to discuss this maybe at our joint meeting with the city of Aspen.
Excellent. That will be great.
I know, my understanding with their disinterest in this is that we've not been able to provide, I think, enough data to answer the questions they have about the services being provided. So I'm just a little unclear as to what information they're looking for that we can't answer for them sufficiently.
Yeah, I understand that they were hoping that the strategic planning process would happen last year, and it's now just kicking off. We have our first meeting, so through that process, I think we will have an opportunity. And it's important to note also that the city of Aspen has still been has been very supportive through the withdrawal management. They're still part of our intergovernmental agreements and other areas that support kind of similar areas. But but this was one that they were looking for that additional information, and hopefully through the strategic planning process we can get some of that.
Get there. Okay, good to know. Thank you. Okay, other questions for Lindsay? Otherwise, I will open this for public hearing. Does anyone wish to comment on this IGA related to the emergency winter overnight shelter? Okay, I'm not seeing any hands, so I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion.
I'm happy to make a motion to approve the resolution approving an intergovernmental agreement between the Pitkin County Board of County Commissioners and Aspen Valley Hospital and Town of Snowmass Village to support winter emergency overnight shelter services.
I'll second.
Thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Okay,
Thanks.
thank you.
Thanks, Lindsay.
All right, moving on to our next public hearing and second reading on item number 15, a resolution of the BoCC approving a contract amendment number 3 with the State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding of the Pitkin area co-responder teams. And I see Jenny. Hi, Jenny. Oh, and hi, Raleigh. How are ya? Good to see you. Cheers. I'm looking down, not up. Yeah. Cheers. Welcome.
Thank you.
Okay, who would like to kick us off?
I can go ahead.
Okay, please.
Good
Hi.
afternoon. Hi, Raleigh Backrack. I am the PACT administrator with Pitkin County Public Health. Thank you. Raleigh Backrack, Pitkin County Public Health. I'm the PACT administrator. I'm here for a second reading to continue to accept a grant from the Behavioral Health Administration's Co-Responder Grant Program, which would then help support our implementation of our PACT program. So that is our local co-responder program.
All right, great. Jenny, anything else you want to present?
No, I'm just here to support Raleigh, but Jenny Lyons with Pitkin County Public Health as well.
Okay, great. All right, we did hear an extensive presentation during first reading. Does the board have any questions on this?
I just want to again say it's an amazing program, and thank you. I mean, it's made such a difference over the years and set examples around the region, around the state, and beyond about those positive results. So thanks.
All right, I will go ahead then and open the public hearing on this. Again, this is to continue the contract with the state to fund these crucial, important services in our community. Not seeing anyone in the room. Is there anyone online who wishes to comment? Okay, I'll go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board for discussion or a motion, please.
Greg doesn't have his PACT hat on, so I will make a motion to approve the
I'll second.
resolution approving a contract amendment number 3 with State of Colorado Department of Human Services Behavioral Health Administration for funding of the Pitkin area co-responders teams known as PACT program.
I'll second.
Oh, okay, I think I heard Greg yell a second.
Greg needs a new
During
hat too.
Patty's motion, so
Got him
we'll
on.
give it to him. Okay, any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
Just to say,
Oops, sorry, Greg, go ahead.
I'll say aye, but I
Aye.
just wanted to say, as usual, I just think PACT is so amazing, and the entire population of Pitkin County should be really proud of this because we were kind of out in front, and I think other communities have taken this up after we modeled it so nicely. So I'm very proud of this. Thanks.
Me too. All right, I'll just call the question again. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you all.
you.
Nice to see you.
good one. Nice
Thank
to see
you. Okay, we are moving on to land use items. So this is item number 16. This is an emergency resolution and confirmatory public hearing, modifying the existing resolution and granting approval for a minor amendment to a development permit for the Elam construction. Hi, Suzanne.
Hi, Kelly.
How are you?
Hi, Suzanne.
So
Nice
we
to see
had a
you
special
all.
meeting for this on July 30th, and we're now having the confirmatory reading.
You covered most of it
Oh,
for me, Kelly.
there you go.
Again, it was an emergency resolution that would allow Elam to fire up its plant an hour earlier than usual at 6 a.m. for the next 3 weeks. Actually, it started last week. It will go through August 30th, and that's to support the paving project that's going on in the canyon right now. So this is just the confirmatory hearing for that.
Okay, great. Thank you, Patty.
Have we had any issues come up with the hour early start?
I haven't heard anything.
And do we have any idea, I don't know if you guys can answer, I'm looking at the two of you, as far as progress, any delays because of the rain and weather and stuff we've been having?
I have not heard.
Seems to be moving along smoothly. I know there's been some traffic backups, mostly in the afternoons, maybe in the mornings too, coming up Valley, where the lanes go into one laneage, but, yeah, I mean, they're working hard.
Not this week. There's been no delays.
Good, 'cause
I don't know what happened to everybody. There's just like no traffic this week. I don't know where everybody went. It's funny because, we think that traffic is caused by commuters. Well, people are still commuting and traffic has changed so much that it's weird. It's like it's the
School
off-season
started.
already.
Well,
I know we don't really have an off-season anymore, but.
I don't know, the traffic was backed up to here yesterday.
Yesterday
at 4:30
afternoon, I saw that.
afternoon, so.
But
But that has nothing to do with the canyon.
But then I didn't leave town until 6, and there was nobody on the road at 6 o'clock. And some nights it's still totally backed
Yeah.
up at 6, so I don't know. It's interesting.
I think people still think we have mudslides and the highway's closed, so don't tell them.
Perfect.
Steve, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to compare our highway paving projects in Colorado with those in Alaska. Since they have a fairly short construction season here, they will be paving roads clear till 10 o'clock at night, starting like 7 in the morning till 10:30 at night, to get the jobs done quickly. And we saw multiple projects driving around on different highways here. But I thought that was interesting and wonder if there's any appetite for extending the hours of paving in Colorado in order to get the projects done more quickly. And maybe they have it all timed to the commuter traffic to try to have less of it when the commuters are going through or something, I'm not sure. Could someone speak to that?
Well,
I
our
don't
days
know.
aren't as long, so we'd be working in the dark.
We have in the past done that. We did that with Snowmass Canyon. With permission from the neighbors, we worked pretty much 24 hours a day with different crews. So we have in the past done that, Steve, to expedite with lighting at night and with permission from the residents that would be bothered with noise and lighting. And the consensus was get it done. And so I think when we can, we do. So that's always a thought in our mind. Is that correct, Rich?
Yeah,
Any
it is. In
thoughts?
fact, I recall it wasn't a road project, but we had the paving projects for the parking lots at the airport a few years ago. We had to go to the city and get permission to actually start later and get approvals through a permit process, but we have.
That's right.
We have used that in the past.
All right, this is a confirmatory public hearing, so if any members of the public have thoughts on the Elam gravel pits extension of hours related to the paving project happening, now's your time. Okay, I'm not seeing anyone. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to the board.
I'll make a motion to approve this emergency resolution on confirmatory hearing for the granting approval for minor amendment to a development plan, or development permit for Elam Construction.
I'll second.
Patty? Thank
Second?
You can have Steve second.
All right, well, let Steve second it. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Kelly, you're getting us there. I know, I'm really
I
impressed.
wonder, have we frozen on Zoom? Steve and Greg, I did not hear your votes for the Elam.
I'm an aye, but I think I froze up for a bit. I turn off my video when that happens. Thanks.
Okay, thank you. Okay, moving on. Item 17, this is a land use public hearing for the Bell Jack Blue LLC activity envelope, site plan review, GMQS exemption and special review for CDU, GMQS special review for TDR receiver site, GMQS exemption for pre-1978 parcel. And it is noted for us to continue this to October 23rd. However, I will go ahead, I don't know if there's any presentation from staff on this. I will open the public hearing since it was noticed as such, and we will continue that also.
No staff presentation, we're just still gathering all the information we need to bring
For
it
that
forward to you.
application?
Yep.
Okay. All right, does anyone in the public wish to comment on this land use application? Okay, seeing none, I will look to the board and request a continuance of the application as well as the public hearing to October 23rd.
So moved.
Thanks, Francie and Patty. Any further discussion? Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, thank you. All right, we're moving on to the meat of our day.
Can we take a little break first?
Would you like to take a break? Yes. Okay, we're gonna take a break here for, let's say, 12 minutes. We'll reconvene at 1:20 to discuss the 2024 election ballot questions. All right, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular voting session on Wednesday, August 14th. We have made our way through most of the agenda, and now we are going to start our conversation about 2024 election matters and 4 different ballot measures that the BoCC is considering for this November's ballot. And I will give a little more intro to all those, but I wanted to invite our county clerk and recorder who runs the elections for us and does a superb job here in Pickens County, Ingrid Gruder, to have the opportunity to just let the public know some general election information so you can all be prepared to participate in our democracy. Ingrid, go ahead.
Thank you. I have a list of items.
Okay.
So to get you up to speed and what's coming up here with the November election, the ballots will be mailed out on October 15th. Just as an aside, the last day we were able to mail a replacement ballot is October 28th. After that, the post office won't keep up with it, even if they keep up with that. Early voting starts here at the Pickens County Administration Building on October 21st. Election day is November 5th. We will have voting centers here at the town of Snowmass Village and the Basalt Library. We do, however, it's going to be a very long ballot. It's going to be a 19-page ballot, at least 1 page. So we are encouraging people to vote from home because they'll have access to their blue book and their Tabor notice book. And those should be mailed out on October 4th. We do encourage you to use the drop boxes rather than trust the mail. And just so everyone is clear, postmarks do not count. Ballots have to be in our office by 7 p.m. on election night. Our drop box locations will be here at the Administration Building, and that one will actually open when we send out our overseas ballots on September 21st. The Snowmass Village Town Hall and the Basalt Town Hall boxes will open on October 15th, same day the ballots get mailed. On Election Day only, we will have a ballot box manned by election judges at the Church at Redstone. You can, if you live down that way, drop in the Carbondale drop box. Garfield County will date stamp and get them to us.
Even on voting day, even on the 5th, you can do that?
Yeah, it's their date stamp when they receive it in their office that counts.
And their
then they
voting
get it to
boxes
us.
at City Hall?
I believe so.
I think it is.
Yeah, I've actually never seen it, but I know.
I think I just saw
know
it there
there's
the
one
other
there.
day.
Yeah. So if you do mail it, you need, because it is a long ballot, you need 2 forever stamps. A reminder that you have to sign your return envelope on the back. If your envelope that you receive is marked ID required, make sure you enclose a copy of your acceptable ID.
Do you have to
Say that
sign
again?
and date? That's always been a question. People didn't know if they had to put the date by their signature.
It would be a problem if they dated it after the election.
But sometimes
it's not.
ballots.
No, we're certifying the signature.
Okay, if you
yeah,
forget to
and
put
when
the
we
date on,
receive it,
you're
yeah,
still okay.
yeah.
What did you say about IDs?
If someone has not presented an ID, so there are no signatures on file for us to check, they need to send a copy. There'll be a stamp on the envelope they receive that says ID required, and they have to return with their ballot a copy of an acceptable ID. One other thing, our logic and accuracy testing on the voting equipment will be on October 2nd at 10 a.m. This is open to the public, so people can observe, but if they want to, they need to contact us at elections@pickenscounty.com or call us. There's limited space down there, as you all probably know. If they need to register to vote or update their registration, they should go to pitkinvotes.com or come into the office. And I think that about covers it. Thank you.
I have a question. People need to be reminded, because of issues we have with the Postal Service and ability to get mail, that if you don't receive a mail-in ballot shortly after the 15th, you can come into the clerk's office, get a new ballot. It will automatically void the ballot that you were mailed so that you have time to study the ballot, vote the ballot, and get the ballot back.
Thank you, yes.
Because people we know felt disenfranchised this last election because their ballots weren't received in time for them to vote them because of Postal Service slowdowns. So please don't depend on that. If you don't get a ballot shortly after the 15th of October, you can come in and get a new ballot. The other thing I always do a push for our election judges.
Yeah.
And you can register up to see if you want to be an election judge at, what's the website?
You can email elections@pickettcounty.com. We do have to exhaust our caucus lists first, but this is a big year, so we're going to need a lot of
Yeah,
election
so I figured
judges.
it's a great experience for people who've never done it before to be an election judge.
Yeah.
You learn a lot, you see how the process works, how clean the process is, and how dedicated the election judges and the county election staff and the clerk's office is to getting these elections correctly done, appropriately done, and done on time as best possible.
Yes. Yes.
Okay, and just one more time, if you want to check your registration, where to make sure your address is right, that your registration is up to date.
Pitkinvotes.com.
Pitkinvotes.com. Okay, and Greg, you have a question? And sorry, then I'll go to Francie.
Just a comment. I just wanted to say thank you to Ingrid and her staff who have done an amazing job up until now, and I know they're going to be doing a good job working hard through the election. We have safe, we have free and clear and forthright elections, and we're so proud of this. And I'm just so grateful that that we don't have any of the trouble that some counties have with their clerks. And I'm so grateful that we've had such great people here, and we've got a great county. And I want to thank you for that. And I also want to ask when
Uh-oh, he's freezing up on us.
they're voting, when they're queuing up to vote, a lot of hard work goes into this. And I just hope that people are as gracious and as kind as they would expect to be treated themselves when they're working with our elections and casting their votes. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Francie.
Yes, is it okay to drop other people's ballots off in the Dropbox? Like, can I come with like 5 ballots, put them in the?
You can with 5. You can't drop more than 10.
Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Thank you.
And we will have eyes on the ballot boxes, and we do have video surveillance, of course, all the time.
They're going to be counting every ballot you put in them.
Yeah, we're going to be watching you.
Okay.
And you did say there's a Dropbox in Redstone and it'll be manned?
On election day only, yes.
And will those be delivered to you on election day?
Yep.
Okay.
Someone at 7 o'clock will collect those and bring them in to us.
Awesome.
We're always waiting to count those, waiting for that.
Yep.
The ballots.
Really thought of everything.
I know. We voted many times in Redstone, and you always run into people you know. I always ran into many family members and stuff. So we really miss live voting in Redstone, I have to say. But
I think we all do.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ingrid. I really appreciate that. And everyone, yes, it's an exciting time of year. So we are going to move now into our discussion of the 4 ballot measures for consideration for Pitkin County's portion of the ballot. The order that we're going to discuss these in is the landfill, the housing tax, the airport item, let's see, that has been initiated by the citizens, and then the airport item under consideration for the board to refer to the ballot. So I hope that is fairly clear. All of these will have an opportunity for public comment. So after we have discussion on the item, questions by the board, I will open public comment for that individual measure. Each person will have 3 minutes to speak. If you have opinions on all 4, you will get 3 minutes on all 4, but I will ask that your comments are on the topic at hand. And I just will set the expectation that the board will be respectful to you. We request you be respectful to each other. I know that these are heated and passionate topics for everyone in our community. So with that, I'll move to item 18. This is individual consideration. It's noticed for a second reading and public hearing. Again, like I've said, all of these items will again be taken up for finalization on August 28th in 2 weeks, just as a heads up. The board also reserves the right to call a special meeting if we need to further discuss these items, but this is our plan as of now. So I will look to staff to present to us on a resolution of the BoCC submitting to the electorate at the general election to be held on November 5th, 2024. A ballot issue authorizing the issuance of bonds for the expansion of the county solid waste center and the pledge of revenues of the solid waste fund to the payment of such bonds. Setting the ballot title and content for the ballot issue to be submitted and authorizing all necessary or appropriate action taken relating to the election for such approval. And that's a long-winded way to say we have work to do at the landfill. And which staff should I look to? Ann, I'll look to you to start us off.
All right, good afternoon. Thank you very much, Commissioners. My name's Ann Driggers, Chief Financial Administrative Officer. I'm here to present to you today to the desire of the landfill to issue bonds, and hopefully the only heated bit about this whole thing will be the compost pile. I'm going to hand it over to Brian and Kathy first to talk about the need of the landfill for this expansion and the bond issuance.
Thank you, Ann.
Okay, thanks, Ann. So yeah, I'm Kathy Holm, the Solid Waste Director. And back in 2023, we began in earnest planning our next lateral expansion. We're calling it the Southern Expansion of the landfill. And we brought this before the BoCC. And we were given direction to start the planning. Part of the southern lateral expansion will move into the area of where the current scale house, the Motherlode Mercantile, the household hazardous waste facility, and the recycle transfer station area pile is at. So it's a considerable amount of waste that can go into that area where the scale house is currently sitting. So we're looking to move infrastructure. That would be the land, again, the scale house, building a modernized household hazardous waste facility, moving the recycle transfer, and the Motherlode Mercantile down into the area of what we call the boneyard now. That's where our landfill operations maintenance building. And then move forward once that infrastructure is moved with the expansion of the landfill. We're currently in design. We've contracted an architect design firm to start the design and put together costs for all of this. So again, yeah, it's a considerable amount of space, and we're looking for money to fund that infrastructure move and expand the landfill.
Okay. Brian, anything to add right now?
No, it does. It will move the entry road to the facility. So this is a big move for the landfill. And it could add up to 70 years to the landfill of additional airspace and life. And so we look forward to that. And so this is really a move to have a landfill for future generations, and certainly beyond ours if this passes and the state provides the permit for the expansion.
Okay, questions for Kathy and Brian?
I do.
Yes.
So I'm going to assume that as part of the design and planning, we will come up with a great plan for keeping the landfill functioning during these massive movements and changes. Again, we are really concerned about the traffic on Highway 82. We don't want to be sending anybody anywhere else in the interim. So I'm assuming that is going to be part of the plan. And the other, are you going to touch on the compost issue?
Yeah, and I'll just talk about operations. There should be no impact to current operations because the building of the facilities are away from the current scale house. So it should be business as usual for people coming into the landfill. They'll move up to the working face and dump just like they do now. And in the meantime, while they're doing that, we'll build the new facilities that won't be impacting their travel.
Great.
And Kathy, if you want to talk about the compost area.
Yeah. The compost area for the foreseeable future will remain at the top of the landfill where it's currently at now, so that won't be impacted at all. Operations will continue there as normal.
Because I know we did receive a letter from the Bear Coalition. Bear. We didn't get it until right before we started our meeting, so I have not had a chance to read it.
I looked at it briefly.
Yeah, I will read it first, third, continued reading on the 28th.
Okay, additional questions? Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, the concerns I have just are about, are we going to have enough funding raised herein to make sure that we're meeting modern best practices for wildlife protection in the landfill? I think that's what a couple of different bear groups have sent letters, and I'm concerned, one, about the compost. If the elk are sleeping in the compost, that's not natural because they love the warm compost. I liked Anne's. Anne, I got your joke there about the only thing hot is the compost. Thank you. And I also just want to make sure that we are pursuing the absolute best way to protect the landfill from bears and to protect the bears from the high nutrient content foods at the landfill, which will create problem bears. And I think we could, I'd love to see a pledge from the county to pursue those best practices as we go forward with this ballot measure. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg.
Yeah, and we
Go ahead,
will
Brian.
have the financial ability to provide those solutions once we get guidance from the board and we have concurrence with CPW. We really want to have the Colorado Parks and Wildlife as partners in this endeavor. So once we gain a clear direction, we'll make the money will be there, and we'll implement that program to try to protect the bears as best we can.
Great. Thanks, Brian. Appreciate it.
Can I add to that real quick?
Yes, go ahead.
And Brian and Greg, I want to make sure we're protecting the neighbors when we're talking about protecting the bears, because I think the last thing we want is an unintended consequence of keeping the bears out of the landfill and putting them at home in Aspen Village. They already have wildlife issues there, so I think that whole, and Wildcat and Brush Creek, that whole neighborhood needs to be brought into a discussion if we feel there might be impacts scattered throughout that part of the county.
Yeah, and I think, Patty, that's the interface we need to have with CPW. They have said that there will likely be virtually all the bears at the landfill will have to be euthanized. Otherwise, they're going to go to homes around that area. So those are the type of conversations we need to have. And those are hard conversations. And I think we need to involve the communities around the landfill as well as our partners with Colorado Parks and Wildlife.
Great, thanks,
because
Brian.
that will be the situation.
Thanks, Brian. Okay, Steve, go ahead.
Thank you. I read the beginning part of the letter from the Bear Coalition, and basically they're supporting the landfill expansion if we can do an electric fence around the whole facility, which I know we had that discussion. We very likely won't have an electric fence around the whole facility, but that I think is part of the future discussion. We need the landfill expansion, and we need to do it as best, with best practices as we go forward, implementing that, all of the parts of it. And to me, that would include a strategy for the bears and the wildlife using the property for getting food or getting a warm place to sleep or whatever. But that should not prevent people, I think, from supporting the landfill expansion going forward, and then work with us to come up with a solution for the wildlife in the future. Thank you.
Thanks, Steve. Anne, could you please explain how the enterprise fund functions and the impact to taxpayers and county finances on this?
Yes, absolutely.
Measure?
That was the next part of my presentation. So if you are an aficionado of fund accounting, there are 3 different types of funds that governmental entities use. One is general funds, which you're very familiar with, special revenues, where revenues like a road and bridge fund are specifically assigned to those funds. and then what we call enterprise funds, and those are funds that are run like businesses. And every single one of the county's funds has a separate set of accounts. But in the instance of the enterprise funds, we have two, the airport and the landfill. And it means that they're completely, wholly run like an independent business. And so the only monies that come into the landfill and also the airport are fees and service charges. And so there's no taxpayer money that will be spent on this expansion. The revenues of the landfill will pay for any debt service. And so that means that the services and fees and charges that were paid for by the customers of the landfill will be paying for the landfill expansion. And under Colorado law, Tabor allows for enterprise funds, since they're not asking for using taxes to pay for anything, not to request voter support for debt. However, our Home Rule Charter does require us to ask for voter approval of all debt issued by Pitkin County, and so that's why we're here before you today. It's for a Home Rule Charter requirement as opposed to a state constitution requirement.
Thank you for that clarification.
Any questions on that before we move on to the ballot language?
I just was going
Go
to say,
ahead.
I did have a chance to read the letter from the Bear Coalition. And so it's expressing support for the ballot issue, contingent on electric fencing to protect the bears. Not necessarily to protect the landfill from the bears, but to protect the bears. And so it wants to support this ballot issue as long as we have electric fencing, and that we obtain 3 bids from fencing experts, and that we prioritize the safety of both humans and bears by mandating electric fencing at the landfill.
Thank
you. Go ahead, Patty.
Thank you for reading that, but I don't think we have a plan right now to do that between now and November 5th. So that's going to take some time. Not that we don't want to have that discussion. It's just that it's a difficult one for me to say. I'll support the contingent upon something that the county is not going to be able to do between now and November 5th. Right. It's like Brian said, it's going to take CPW, it's going to take the neighbors. It's going to be a bigger process than just stringing a bunch of electric wires around the landfill.
I agree.
Maybe that's a good lead in to the language.
Yes.
Does the language deal with any operational matters for the design of the landfill expansion? Might be how we dive into that.
It does not. But I will hand this over to Rai, but I just wanted to let you know in your packet we have a red line version of what we originally presented to you at the first reading, and then due to subsequent conversations that Rai's had with our bond counsel, then we've amended the question as you kind of directed us to that time, and I'll share it on the screen so you can see it.
And because of these amendments, it is a significant enough change to require us to have an additional reading of this on the 28th.
That's correct.
Okay. Thank you. Go ahead.
I think it was the package of the changes. And in particular, I don't believe the dollar figures were in the original draft that was presented at first reading. That is certainly a significant point of information for both the board and the public when considering this particular ballot measure. Specifically, though, the board asked about certain certain language that was included in the original resolution that has been struck, I believe. I'm not sure if actually I do have the red line open here. That was essentially that last language. It's not up on the screen right now, but in your red line it said, "And shall the proceeds of such bonds be a voter-approved revenue change that the county may collect, retain, and expend without limitation under Article 10, Section 20 of the Colorado Constitution," which is Tabor. And it's corresponding state statute. And I did have a chance to talk with our bond counsel about that, and he did agree that we could strike that language since this was not a Tabor measure. And we're simply, we're complying with Picken County Home Rule Charter. So that's the short version, and that's pretty much it. So.
And we added the title to the bond, and I also corrected Rye's name.
Thank you. That's good.
I forgot.
Appreciate it. That's
the
okay.
third.
That's fine.
Okay, any questions about this from board members?
Nope.
All right. If there is none, then I will go ahead and Ann, do you have further presentation? Okay, then I think we're ready for the public hearing on this ballot measure. And I will look to members of the public. Ellen, please come on up. I will request the 3-minute time limit.
Thank you. Hi, everybody. I'm very surprised I was not here for this, but I'm glad I am here for this because I live in Aspen Village. I feel like my neighborhood is under siege between what's going on at the Quick Mart, the Woody Creek Station, the airport, and now this. I was totally unaware of this. My ears perked up, Brian, when you said something about the road being changed. Is the entrance to Jack Gredig Way going to be changed?
Why don't you give
Chair, do you want me to address the questions?
Yeah, why don't we wait till Ellen's comments are finished?
Okay,
and then
well, that's a
give
great
chance
concern
act.
to me because back in 1995, we fought that. The road was supposed to start right where the Quick Mart is now, and you can still see the cut if you look carefully. And people like me got together and convinced the county commissioners that that is not the place for dump trucks to be going right past Aspen Village. So I'm concerned about the access to the landfill being changed because we fought that fight and we don't want it next to Aspen Village. So that's a question. This stuns me to hear that you're considering, if I heard correctly, moving the road. And the other thing is, just based on experience, unintended consequences at the landfill were the neighbors. And the last time I said something, we were not notified. Aspen Metro District is contiguous to the landfill. We were not notified when there's a change in use at the landfill, and that was retail, the mercantile. And the answer then, it was a few years ago, was, well, we'll do better next time. I am no longer on the Aspen Village Metro or HOA boards. I've served my sentence for years and years. I've been working on it since 1978. But just as a regular person living in Aspen Village, this is the first I've heard of this. There's been no notice to me as an end user, as a resident there. I'm wondering what has slipped through the cracks, why people like me in Aspen Village, this is the first we've heard of it. One more thing, unintended consequences. One in particular is when the composting got going, and I'm all for composting, but the unintended consequence was terrible smells at Aspen Village when they would rake up or move, or there's a term for it, turn the compost. We got terrible odors, especially in the evenings in Aspen Village. It was impossible to have a picnic outside your house. So when you're talking about expanding the compost and so forth, I'm not saying it's wrong. I'm just saying I would have liked to have had some notice about this so I could learn a little bit more about it and see if it's a good thing or if there are going to be unintended consequences for Aspen Village. We're the ones who are next door. We're going to be the ones that are going to have the unintended consequences, whether it's bears or compost. And I think we should have been noticed about this. Like I said, I'm sorry to be here. I don't really want to be here, but I'm glad I am here because first I've heard of it and it's alarming to me.
Thank you, Ellen. Brian, would you like to go ahead and address the question about the road alignment?
Yeah, yes, and the intersection with Highway 2 and Jack Reddick Lane will not change. The movement of the road is about 600 feet up the road where it goes around a hairpin curve, and then we're going to come off and enter the landfill more quickly rather than go on up that drainage. So, Ellen, the fear of the intersection moving isn't going to come to pass. So it'll remain the same.
Okay, and then what about my question about us being noticed? The Aspen Village Metro District does abut, and I think neighbors are supposed to be noticed.
So I will look to Rich. Can you want to there's going to be multiple steps for any change in a project that this would fund. That there's land use approvals, that there's statewide approvals, that there's permitting approvals, that, you know, none of that gets wrapped up into the ballot language at this point, but it is a project that will have its entire own approval road that it will have to go down involving notice. Is that a fair?
That's correct, yeah.
At what stage will Aspen Village have input residents?
At whatever stages are appropriate. I don't think we can answer the specifics of the project plan at this moment.
Thank you. And Patty, thank you for mentioning Aspen Village and being sensitive to us. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Is there additional public comment related to the landfill ballot measure? Anyone online? I see one hand up. Brenda Lee, introduce yourself, please, and go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Hi, my name is Brenda Lee, and I am the founder and president of Colorado Bear Coalition, a statewide nonprofit dedicated to reducing human-bear conflicts across Colorado. I'm here to express our support for the expansion of the Pickens County landfill, contingent on the requirement of electric fencing as part of this expansion. As noted, you have a letter that I sent to you outlining our reasoning. Our main request is that the expansion is does not go through without requiring installation of electric fencing, that 3 bids are procured to find out the cost of that electric fencing, and to demonstrate to the citizens of Pickens County that you prioritize the safety of both humans and bears by mandating electric fencing. As we know, this is a human problem, not a bear problem. Brian here mentioned that CPW has proposed killing all of the bears at the landfill. While CPW is in charge of managing wildlife, we have to recognize that this is a human problem. And while the safety of the neighbors near the landfill has to be addressed, absolutely. In fact, I met with the director of the landfill back in November 2023, talking about different solutions and barriers. There are things that have to be worked out, but it needs to be discussed in a forum. We can't make decisions based on fear, but on accurate data from experts who work directly with human-wildlife conflict issues. I've spoken with several experts who say that the idea of killing all the bears is absurd, and that we are acting as if we're back in time, that we have tools, we know more than we used to know. And to say that a trash habituated bear is always a trash bear is just not accurate. So I recommend having this further conversation. Colorado Bear Coalition, we work with experts across the field in Canada, across the nation, and we'd be happy to provide input as we move along. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Brenda.
Kelly, if I could respond to something.
Sure, Brian, go ahead.
Right, thank you. There was no proposal from CPW. It was that the likely result would be the euthanization of bears if a fence were to be put up around the landfill. There was no proposal. It was just this could be a likely result.
Okay, thank you. Is there any further comment from any folks online or in the room related to the landfill ballot measure and the request to bond?
I would,
Yes, Ann,
I
go
would
ahead.
just add that this is just a request to bond. We will come before you if this is approved to actually issue the bonds. And then once we have the money, then the process of the actual expansion, as you mentioned, I think would then take place. So this is just asking permission to issue bonds so that we can start the process of moving forward.
Okay. Thank you. All right, so I will turn it back to the board for questions, discussion, or again, the motion at hand is to continue this for continued second reading and public hearing on the 28th.
Third reading.
Greg, go ahead.
Great, yeah, thank you, and I appreciate the conversation and all the comments we've heard so far. I would love to make the motion that we approve the resolution as written.
And continue to second reading?
Yes, we need to continue this to second reading because we had substantial changes from first reading. So this needs to go to a third public hearing on the 28th.
So it'll be a third reading on the 28th.
Yeah, as you said,
Right.
thank you.
Yes, it'll be a third time the board hears it. Second reading will be continued to the 28th based on the amendments made.
So just to
Resolution.
clarify, Greg, your motion is to continue this resolution to the 28th for continued second reading and public hearing.
And I'll
Correct,
second- I'll
thank you,
second that.
as amended.
All right,
Second the motion.
Okay, motion by Greg, seconded by Steve. Sorry,
Okay,
Patty.
he can take it.
Okay. Any further discussion? Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 All right, again, members
Aye.
of the public, you'll have a chance if you want to weigh in on this again on the 28th.
Thanks, Ann.
Moving into the next one, I haven't been in this chair seat for a while. I am going to ask, I'm going to disallow sort of dialogue between public comment and board members or board members and staff as we move forward because we have quite a few. We have 3 more fairly lengthy items to discuss today. I think what will happen is we will note the questions for consideration by staff and board, and we will make sure that we are prepared to answer them moving forward.
Thank you.
Okay, moving on to item number 19. This is individual consideration items, first reading, setting for second reading and public hearing on August 28th. Again, we ordinarily don't take comment during first readings, but we have decided as a board to take public comment on all of the remaining items today. And this is for a resolution of the BoCC approving a ballot title to be submitted for the November 5th, 2024 general election, authorizing an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of 1.5 mills for not more than 25 years for the purposes of funding affordable and attainable housing and related support programs, addressing housing and authorizing that all appropriate actions be taken relating to the election. And I will go ahead and turn this over to, which is Kara? Want to?
I'll
Okay.
introduce it and then
Deputy
hand it over.
Deputy County Manager Kara Silbernagel, and you can turn it over to staff as you guys have organized.
Sure. So good afternoon, Kara Silbernagel, Deputy County Manager. I'm going to hand this just straight over to Ashley Pearl as she has the presentation and will be kind of taking lead, and then we'll go through this.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm joined by a whole host of folks. Laura Maker, Kara, and I'm Ashley Pearl. I'm the Resiliency and Housing Director for Picken County, and we are here on a continued first reading. You heard from us last regular meeting at the end of July to ask the board if you approve the resolution that would put a property tax question on the November 2024, that ballot, to fund affordable housing. I'm going to run through some slides that the board has seen, but I think benefit the public to see them again. And then we will show you the latest ballot language, which has been adjusted slightly since the end of last meeting, but it will look very, very similar. And then we'll ask you this question. So that's the point of today, is to see if you want to move forward. So John normally covers this, and so I'll do my best John impression, but as the board is aware, the county publishes a citizen attitude survey, which asks the citizens of Picken County what things matter most to them, what things are going well, and what things maybe aren't going so well. Housing gets put up there as the most important rank, which, as I understand it, is both because it is important, but it is also low on our satisfaction ranking. So the citizens who we all serve would like us to do better with affordable housing and don't think we're doing terribly well right now. Of course, followed secondly by efforts to manage growth, which is the conundrum that you all hold every day in this community. And so I do believe that the ballot language we put forward after many, many conversations tries to strike this balance between addressing the needs of the community in providing more workforce housing and affordable housing, while also maintaining your efforts and expanding your efforts to manage growth. So hopefully what we put forward for you today responds to both of those top two priorities that are at the top there. Where does the demand for housing come from? In Pickens County, we have a population of just over 17,000 folks. We also have a labor force of just around 18,000. Unfortunately, most folks who work in Pickens County or who live in Pickens County don't work in Pickens County. So we know that we import over 60% of our workforce from outside the county. Of course, this has really far-reaching impacts and will only get worse with time as many COVID impacts and housing impacts continue to become worse. So if those folks are driving over an hour each way every day, there's health impacts, there's quality of life impacts, there's economic impacts, and there's impacts to the sustainability and long-term viability of our workforce in Pickens County. If you're living well beyond Glenwood Springs and you pass a similar paying job before you arrive in Pickens County, the likelihood that you take that job closer to where you work is high. And we are starting to see that impact in some of our biggest service providers, hospitals, schools. They all report losing employees to similar jobs closer to where those employees are living. So we know that if more people lived and worked in the same place, we would have fewer of these negative impacts and a more sustainable workforce in the long term. And the problem is yeah, sure, not all those people want to live in Pickens County, but we know that at least some of them would benefit from living in Pickens County and would like to. But housing in Pickens County is not attainable for our workforce. The average annual salary for those working in Pickens County is just under $80,000 a year. The average median home price for Pickens County last year was $3 million. That is brought artificially low because of our deed restricted home purchases that go into making that number. If you took out all the deed restriction purchases and just had free market, that would be double that number. So we know that the ability of people who earn the average or the median wage in Pickens County, their ability to afford a home on the free market is decreasing. These numbers on the graph only go to 2022, and in 2022, 9% of the Roaring Fork Valley, it's not Pickens County, Roaring Fork Valley workforce could afford a purchase of a home at the median wage. We used to rely on the Colorado River Valley to provide more affordable homes for the bulk of the workforce, but that number has gone from 78% in 2015 down to 37% in 2022. So we see those numbers drastically going down, and I would bet quite a bit of money that 2024 is much lower than what's shown on the screen though. So just the attainability, the availability, the ability of people who are working every single day in Pickens County to afford a home in Pickens County is decreasing every day. It's also happening that rentals are becoming unaffordable. So the big takeaway, I've shown you many data, lots of data over the last couple months. The takeaway from all that data is if you're working in Pickens County, you cannot afford a free market home in Pickens County. That much we know. And you might be able to afford free market rentals, but only if you're the highest income earners in Pickens County. If you're the low to middle income earners, which is actually over 60% of our workforce, you're dependent on deed restricted or subsidized housing. So you're dependent on those deed restricted purchases, or if you can get into subsidized rent somehow. And so there's lots of things we could do to solve this. You've heard me talk about the 3 C's of housing. You can conserve the housing we have, you can convert free market housing into affordable housing, and you can construct new housing. But unfortunately, all of that takes money. We're needing to subsidize quite a bit to reach that over 60% of our workforce who needs quite a bit of subsidized housing, both ownership and rental. And so when we look at our funding options here in Pickens County, we do know that we have the housing impact fee. The housing impact fee collected around $9 million since 2019, which is an average of $1.8 million a year. That's enough for 1 3/4 home in Pickens County if you're building new. It might get you 2 homes outside of Pickens County. But the collections are incredibly elastic, so we can't rely on that funding year to year, which means we also can't rely on it to pay down any debt. So if we were to take out a large amount of debt to pay for a new housing project, we couldn't rely on housing impact fees to service that debt. We would only be able to rely on general fund dollars. Pickens County also has the general fund. That being said, we collect a small amount compared to many other counties in Colorado. We have the second lowest mill levy out of all 64 counties in Colorado. And our general fund has a lot of competing priorities. And this is just a graph. I know you can't see the numbers, but this is a visual of, on the left, you see our entire budget at Pickens County, which the public might say, you have $220 million. It's your total county budget. 24% of that is unrestricted general fund dollars. So we have 24% of that in the general fund. But then when you look at the graph on the right, which is the general fund, it's not just sitting there readily available for housing. That goes towards public works, public safety, public health, community development. Many of our core services that we provide to the community come out of the general fund. So when we're talking about finding housing for funding, we're looking at the general fund and we're competing with everything else we currently do. There's not some magic, I mean, Dan hasn't told me yet, but maybe there's a magic squirreled away fund somewhere for housing. But and the board was able to, we had some savings from the last couple of years. The board was able to put away $5 million of general fund dollars for housing, which has gotten us a little bit of the way. We put some of that towards Phillips, some of that towards the Regional Housing Coalition. But $5 million as a long-term funding, it's not reliable because that was savings that we had. And it's also not going to get us very far when we're talking about conserving, converting, and constructing. So we've had many discussions to date. The BoCC, has repeatedly, explicitly identified housing as a priority. We've had 3 mini retreats. We had 1 regular retreat. We've had 3 different work sessions, and then we had a first reading of this resolution in late July. So this topic has been in front of you. These slides have been in front of you since well before the beginning of the year. But the lack of a consistent and dedicated funding source continues to be the real thing that holds us back. And it doesn't hold us back from leading the way in housing and being out there by ourselves, constructing housing all over the place. It holds us back from just being able to partner, being able to show up to the table when a private developer says, you know, I have to do 30% mitigation, but I'd love to do 50%. Can Pickens County come to the table and be a partner? And right now we don't have the reliable funding to even come to that table and have that conversation. So it's not like if we put the question on the ballot and the voters say yes, we don't suddenly have the ability to go out and build developments by ourselves or convert all these existing homes into deed restricted, or even to conserve and deal with all of the maintenance repairs that we have on our existing units. We have the ability to reach out to partners and stack funding to maybe make something happen. We have the ability to be part of to influence some of the projects that might be going forward, make them a little bit more sustainable, make them for lower incomes, tweak how big or how small or where they are. But I just want to be clear about that because I think, there's been some conversation about what this money, if the voters approve it, would enable us to do. And it means we'd be able to be a meaningful partner in housing for the regional workforce. So the BoCC has set a goal of partnering in the development or acquisition of 250 units over the next 10 years. So when we wrote the ballot language and the programming associated with it, that's the goal we had in mind. And then the BoCC has also said that we want to support the prevention of homelessness and maintain our existing housing stock. So that's what we're going for. We've put a number of potential property taxes in front of you. The board has landed on a 1.5 mil levy increase, which at current valuations would bring in $8.5 million in property tax per year at current valuations. When you think about what that means for a residential property, it's $121 on every $1 million of actual value, which is 33 cents a day. And it's $435 for a commercial property. We went back and forth about all these numbers, but I think the board has landed here repeatedly for the last number of meetings. So that's what we're bringing forward for you today. And when we talk about if the voters were to approve this, what will we use this money on? This shows up in your ballot language, but we've talked about the full housing continuum shown at the bottom of the screen there. So talking about preserving and restoring our current affordable housing, making sure we can convert free market units, which is the no development option, If there's a unit that's already been built on the market and we can buy it down and add a deed restriction in perpetuity, that's a really smart use of money. Partnerships towards new housing, transitional supportive and emergency housing, and senior housing. And we've also talked about who might be served by the housing. Board has repeatedly expressed that you'd like to prioritize local workforce, especially those emergency workers, transit drivers, snowplow drivers, those working in the healthcare sector and in the education and teacher sector. Not to say any money that we would get would be exclusively used on these folks, but the board has expressed particular interest in making sure that these individuals who truly serve our community are able to access any housing that would be built or acquired through this property tax. We've also had many, many conversations about how the board can manage the first priority of the community, which is housing, and the second priority of the community, which is growth. And so the language that's in the ballot right now that you'll see today has the bullet point at the bottom, which you have all settled on: prioritizing such housing in areas consistent with existing employment, services, and facilities to protect rural character. This language came last time from a conversation we had about the Growth Advisory Committee final report, where they said the growth that we actually do want in this community, according to the Growth Committee, was housing or growth that meets our community values and is focused on affordable and middle housing. So taking directly from that, this was the ballot language that we were able, that kind of met all the necessary things to put in. So we can talk about that when we put up the ballot language. And that's it. I kind of sped through those. So before we move on to the ballot language, I know you all have seen these slides before, but anything that struck you new, or if you have any questions before we move on and talk about language.
I'll look to commissioners in the room and then go online.
Yeah, or go to the ballot question and then go online.
Steve or Greg, any questions at this moment?
None from me, thanks.
Okay. All right.
I'm good.
It's all you.
So this looks very similar to the ballot language that you guys saw at the first reading of this. There were small tweaks made. Commissioner McNicholas Curry had drafted the majority of this language, and it was, I think, really trying to address a number of the specific things that this board had identified that you want to ensure that any funding source or mill levy goes towards. So following our discussion, this was trimmed down by just a few words, and this is the version that is being brought back to you today, but it looks substantially similar, I think, to what you guys saw last time. It is slightly over the word count, so I do want to flag that for you, but I've had a discussion with Ingrid, and she has agreed to run this version that is just only slightly over the word count, that 250 for a ballot item. So if this is where you guys are headed, you can move forward with it.
And I'll just note, with much respect to our attorneys, I endeavored to make it a little more clean speak and straightforward. I'll look to the board for any questions. Yes,
No, I am, the one place where I could put the greatest amount of my support is our ability to partner. I mean, that takes a county taxpayer dollar and rises it up here when we can go into partnerships with nonprofits, with privates, with entrepreneurs, with benefactors, with everybody. And also the issue of, it's going to hopefully allow us to bring in businesses other than just big business in our community. So the small business and middle-sized businesses who may just need one unit for their staff, don't have the funds to go out and buy a unit, but may be able to bring them in for partnership for a unit in a project or a buy down of some units. But I think those are key things that the community has been asking for a long time, and we're hopefully going to be able to provide some level of funding for that to move forward in the future. So I really appreciate the wording. And I know we also wrestled with how long, the 25 years. And it's my understanding, and please correct me if I'm incorrect, but was that allows us some bonding capacity too with our funding, so, which is usually around 20 to 30 years out. So I think those are key. And the other language in here was, you know, maybe our ability to look into the new housing trusts that are coming up as a mechanism to help us, you know, gain more funding opportunities and provide more oversight of the programs themselves. So I really thank you guys. Kelly, good job putting the language together. This is not an easy question at this time with people who have property tax concerns. Therefore, I think the board worked really hard to keep the amount reasonable. It's like $8 million a year, which allows us a pot of money to actually come to the table and work with partners. And that's key for the county to be able to start playing in this game that we have not had a fund in which to do so, really, because our impact fund is always tenuous. There's no guarantee from year to year, and this will provide us a sustainable source of moderate funding, minimal funding, really, when you're talking $1 million a bed, room, or unit for housing. But at least it allows us to be at the table.
Thanks, Patty. Francie.
Yeah, I just wanted to support what Patty said and add that I think by keeping it to what we finally worked out was $121 per $1 million of value per taxpayer. It is an opportunity for taxpayers to make a change in our valley that will affect their quality of life. It will take cars off the road. It will improve the employment pool in the Upper Valley and Basalt and other places where we can reasonably put affordable housing where there's already infrastructure available. So I think that it's really awkward to ask people to pay more taxes in a year when their assessments have gone up a lot. I recognize that that is a super tough ask for people, and the initial reaction might be seriously more taxes. But I think if you look at it carefully and you recognize that if your house is even worth $2 million, it will cost you an additional $242 to help other people find affordable housing and not have to drive from the Colorado River Valley. And so I'm definitely supporting this, and I hope that other people will also, because I think it's a fairly inexpensive way to improve the quality of life for people in our valley.
One more real quick.
Francie, and then I'll go to Steve.
You mean Patty?
Patty, and then I'll go to Steve.
And the other thing too, when we were talking about growth, and where this housing opportunities may be provided, we did add this section about protecting Pickens County rural character by developing affordable housing according to adopted land use policies. So, for example, at least in my mind, if Redstone is really looking to house maybe a snowplow driver or another emergency responder, this will provide them an opportunity which is outside of the traditional urban growth boundaries or areas of influence, to be able to provide that housing there. Or for the other example would be up the Frying Pan. Those areas that do need school bus drivers or snowplow or firefighters or, ambulance drivers, any of those kind of services. This will hopefully allow them to be able to work with partners and with Pickens County to provide some level of housing in those hinterlands, as I call them, the outer reaches of Pickens County.
Thank you. Steve.
Thank you. Initially, when we were talking about this, I was so sensitive to the recent property tax increase for myself and many of my neighbors that I was ready to vote against this and not support it. At this point, I am 100% behind supporting this affordable housing ballot question. We tried for quite a few years at the state level to get state legislation which would allow us to have a real estate transfer tax or fee, which would have accomplished the purpose of raising money for these kinds of housing projects. We have failed time and again, most recently with just the threat by the governor that he would veto such housing fee thing coming from the state legislature. so the support we had evaporated. Now, we're going to our own voters to support this measure, which is really quite a modest amount of money. We could use way more money, but if we can raise about $8.5 million a year, that will allow us to follow up on many opportunities. We've had to pass up on so many opportunities of partnerships to date over the years where we just did not have the funding to be able to participate in projects. This will allow us to participate. And one thing I really like about this, it actually is not a growth generator so much as a system whereby we or private individuals or businesses can buy down existing units with a tax subsidy from money raised from this tax measure and buy existing units and turn them into affordable housing for workers without building new housing. So it's actually helping to suppress the growth a little bit in our community and not just build scads and scads of new housing all different places along the highway, but using existing housing and providing worker housing out of that. So that is really a positive thing for this, that this will provide a way that a private individual can buy their own home where they might not be able to afford it right now. Now their own home might end up being in Newcastle or Glenwood or Carbondale, somewhere farther down valley, but they would have home ownership as the result of it. So that's really a positive thing that I think people, when they study this, will really like the various aspects of it. So I think we're all going to support this wholeheartedly. I urge the public to support it too. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Greg, do you want to comment now, or do you want to reserve comments for after public hearing?
I can comment now. You know, I've been hesitant with this over the years, as you all know. But I think that this has been crafted so well. Thank you, Kelly, and our attorneys, and for our board for working on this and addressing the current concerns I brought and that everyone else brought to it. It's a difficult issue, but the fact is we need to house essential workers, and I think we're looking out for them here, and we're addressing it that way. I did want to draw, and so I don't want to reiterate what everyone else has said, but I did want to point to recital number 15, which is an addition that just says the BoCC commits to supporting the missing middle and their ability to remain in their housing, to explore opportunities to implement a property tax incentive program to address housing as an area of concern is allowed for under Senate Bill 2402. The way I read that, or at least that's what I recognize, we've talked about trying to create, as we're trying to keep people in their housing and create housing for middle-class people in our community, we also have to be concerned about middle-class people who are in housing now being forced out because tax increases like we've seen lately and this as well as an additional tax are going to be a burden for them. And people like me probably have to think about how much longer they're going to be able to stay here. So I want to do our best to try to take care of those missing middle with various taxes. Maybe we can do credits. We've discussed doing that, and I would support that. And I want to make sure the community understands that we're not trying to throw middle-class people out of their housing in order to create middle-class housing here. And that's I think we're going to hear from the public about this, but I want to assure them that we've been working on this, and it's a huge concern to me. We'll have more opportunities to weigh in on it. Thank you.
Thank you. And I'm sure there will be more to say. I'll just point out some things that I've long thought about in terms of what the county's role in housing is. And, we've seen this image a lot, but a whole continuum of housing. And I think that the county really, through our service delivery, doesn't just focus on like workforce and affordable housing that we'll do here, but we're also focused on how we address homelessness in our community, how we support seniors in our community, how we support the current inventory of housing, which I would note we have heard repeatedly from the community that we want to keep what we have and keep it safe and keep it livable and keep it as high quality affordable housing for our communities. So elements of this question also will allow us to do that by really having an opportunity to fill the gap in our homelessness services by creating a permanent supportive housing program. And this is for folks who do work, but maybe don't work enough to qualify for APSHA, need additional case management, need to have additional support around them in order to stay housed. And also creating a capital reserve fund, which we have heard a lot. We know that our inventory is aging. We don't have resources that are dedicated to it now. I think this is a really crucial part of what we're asking the voters to support this year. APSHA and the city are doing a survey to review what that need is, and so this will be a great opportunity that we can preserve housing into the future. So I just wanted to call out some of those other elements of this. And I would point, I think there was some discussion about us slightly amending the bullet point related to homelessness.
Yeah, so
programming here.
Bullet point number 5 currently reads, reducing homelessness impacts on public safety agencies by developing transitional housing, supportive housing. There's been, my understanding is a request from, and I can't point you to a couple different public agencies to remove the word safety, because a variety of agencies at Pitkin County, statewide, etc., support and provide these services. So perhaps removing the word safety after public, before agency in that 5th line. So I do want to flag that for board discussion and consideration and comment as well.
Thank you. And as we considered that, is that considered a minor change?
It would be a minor change, yeah. So you, if that was something you wanted to do today on second reading, it would be brought back to you without that language, and a public hearing would be held at that second reading.
Okay, thank you. All right, any clarifying questions or comments on the language? We have taken some multiple stabs at this in prior meetings, so I think we're getting there.
As well we should.
Okay, I'm going to go ahead then and open the public hearing on this. Again, we will request comments limited towards this ballot measure, and I will ask folks to stick to 3 minutes. And then when we're done with this, we'll move on to airport items, which I know a lot of you are here for. So I guess I'll make a change and start online. I see Heather Henry. Go ahead.
Hi, thanks everybody. Can you hear me?
We can, Heather. Thank you.
Awesome, thanks. Yes, this is Heather Henry here. I am joining you and speaking as the Vice President of Housing and Childcare for Aspen 1. Thank you all very much for the discussion. Thank you for taking this on. I know it's not easy. I know personally it's not easy. And I really appreciate the dialogue around cost impact and what it means to the community, both being able to participate as an individual, but also, Greg, you mentioned it, right? What are the impacts to folks as individuals? So I appreciate the tough dialogue and you guys taking it on. I would like to, as a representative of Aspen 1, voice our support and my personal support of the county's effort to raise this dedicated property tax to support housing initiatives. We strongly encourage you to continue on this path, place this measure on the ballot this fall, and we really look forward to engaging in the process to kind of finalize this language and as well get the word out to support this effort. We obviously know, as the largest employer in the Valley, how serious the issue of stable and attainable housing is throughout the Valley. Really, as a business, we're fortunate that our owners for decades have taken the long view and supported investments in the workforce housing in Pitkin County and throughout the Valley. But honestly, this is just a crisis that exceeds one entity's ability to solve, right? We've really all got to be part of the solution. And I think efforts to fund like this allow people to have an individual role in some of those solutions, and then us as entities as we come together in these partnerships. So I think we really appreciate that aspect of this effort. It's really going to take this combination of funds and partnerships to make a meaningful difference. As you all know, Aspen won, for the record, like when we supported RAFTA's 7A mill levy. We would really, because of the commercial property that we own, be by far the single biggest payer of this tax. And because of the level and scale of the problem, how severe it is, not just for us as an employer, but the community at large, this is a tax that we wholeheartedly support and we are willing to pay. So thank you all very much, and I just wanted to make sure that we got on the record today supporting this initiative. So thank you.
Great, thank you, Heather. All right, we'll see. We have another hand online, and then we'll go to folks in the room. We'll kind of just toggle back and forth. So Maggie, please introduce yourself, and you have 3 minutes.
Hi, everyone. My name is Maggie Tiscornia, and I'm with the Confluence Early Childhood Education Coalition. We're a group of education, business, nonprofit, and parent leaders working to improve access to early care and education from Parachute to Aspen. And we're really interested in seeing this additional funding for affordable housing from Pitkin County, and we're especially excited to see early childhood educators included as essential workers for critical community service. Since our economy and essential services can't operate without adequate access to childcare. And we know from our data gathering that housing and the high cost of living is the #1 barrier that childcare providers are facing in recruiting and retaining staff. In our licensed provider survey, Pitkin County providers named the biggest barriers to remaining in the early childhood field. And these included finding housing for employees, low pay, and not being able to live where I work. So thank you for your consideration and for your support of this huge community need.
Okay, great. Thank you, Maggie. Okay, let's go. Is there anyone in the room who wishes to? Oh, is that one of us?
You have
Who's
one
the
more in
panel?
line, you have Alyssa.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Alyssa.
She snuck in there.
I know. Sorry, I was listening. I snuck in there. Can you hear me okay?
Yes.
Okay, great. Alyssa Shanks, Snowmass Village Town Council. I just want to thank you all for taking the time to look at this issue and potentially be putting it on the ballot. I am in full support of it going on as a ballot measure. I sit in a lot of meetings with Northwest COG, with RAFTA, on my own town council, and housing is a hot topic, and it will be for a very long time. And in this valley and beyond, especially critical workers. I mean, I always say to my own council that if we don't have the right services here, the hospital, the teachers, et cetera, people aren't going to want to live here full time. And that is what makes us a community. Currently in our town of Snowmass Village, we are working on a ballot measure for the draw site that would go on this coming elections ballot. To the tune of a potential project of $86 million for housing. And it is a very large project. And, this just goes to show that the prices are increasing and we can't all do it alone. I also sit on the board of RAFTA with Francie and with Greg. And, we have been working on our housing plan for RAFTA. They have acquired some housing, and I think that that's going to be very important for RAFTA, housing bus drivers, and making sure that the staffing levels stay where they need to be so that people can have the appropriate amount of transportation up and down the valley. At our last council meeting, we heard from Gail Schwartz from Habitat, and we also heard a presentation from West Mountain Regional Housing Coalition. And, they're all doing great work, and these are amazing opportunities. But I will just say that there's tremendous value in partnering. We can't do it alone. And I think this ballot measure is a step in the right direction, and you have my full support. So thank you, guys.
Great, thanks
Thanks,
Alyssa.
Thanks, Alyssa.
All right, I'm not seeing any hands shoot up online. We'll go into the room here. Anyone wishes to comment? Tori, hi. Tori looking tan here. At the
Yeah,
end
sorry,
of
I'm
the
a little
summer.
underdressed for you guys. Didn't have time to turn it around between jobs. First of all, my name is Tori. I live in the city of Aspen. I'm here in support of this. I don't know if there's any real tweaks that you could do to it or not to make it any better. Anything that you're going to do in the area of housing is worth it. So, you know, it may not be perfect, but I do support you going forward. You know, one benefit of this is, as you showed in one of the slides just a minute ago, is that you're currently allocating monies from your general fund for housing purposes. And if a dedicated tax can alleviate some of that pressure on your general fund, you're then also going to have a win-win. You're not only going to get money for a housing program throughout our valley, but you're also going to free up some general fund dollars that can be utilized for other services and stuff. You know, right now the city and the county are partners in the APSHA program, and there are current needs in the APSHA program as well. So, you know, I just applaud you guys for bringing this forward. I think that the county commissioners have been talking about this for a number of years. So it has my support. Like I said, I don't think anything's perfect, but going forward, I definitely will be supportive of the measure if it's on the ballot.
Thank you.
Thanks, Tori.
Thanks, Tori. See you. Philip.
Good afternoon. My name is Philip Supino. I did have a chance to put on a clean shirt after my morning activities. I wear several hats. I'm in my comfortable resident hat today. I live in Commissioner Kelly's district, and I live in affordable housing. And I'm really, really pleased to see the commissioners throwing your support behind this ballot initiative. I think it's sort of been said ad nauseum how important the issue is. I had some statistics that I wrote down. Ashley, as she does, knocked it out of the park. I will spare you my half-assed statistics and talk more about feelings, because feelings matter and culture matters. And housing, to me and to my generation in this community, is about culture, and it is about how we feel in our community. I can say from firsthand experience, as well as from speaking to my peers, that feeling excluded from your community economically and socially is not a good feeling. And we live in a community that is sort of fundamentally exclusionary, in spite of the fact that the county and the city, going back 50 plus years, has focused on very intentionally creating a lived-in, diverse, culturally interesting community that feels good for the people that live here, in the face of tremendous economic forces, frankly, working to the contrary. Pickens County's been a leader on affordable housing going back for 50 years. Some of the first exactions from development were developed in Pickens County to build affordable housing. There are still residents in our community living in that housing today. Again, spare you the commentaries about capital reserves and maintaining existing units and all that stuff, because you know all that. But what's important is, what's the felt experience going to be like for the next generation of people who want to live in and create culture in our community? I appreciate the commissioner's attention to first responders and sort of essential service workers. That's important, and that's economically important, and it's important from a public safety standpoint. But culture is really hard to quantify, and it's really hard to put your finger on exactly where it comes from, because it's fundamentally very sort of organic. And I can say this community, this county, has done a phenomenal job of preserving and seeking to lift up those people in our community who used to get to live in naturally occurring affordable housing 40, 50 years ago, who were like essential parts of our community and created that sort of beautiful culture that we all enjoy. That is increasingly rare to find people who live in that naturally occurring housing, which means that our government, state, county, local, have to step in and intervene. And this tax is going to create a tool for you all to use to very nimbly respond to the issues and opportunities that arise related to housing in the coming decades. And I congratulate you for choosing to put it on the ballot, and I thank you for that.
Thank you. Thanks, Phil.
Thanks, Philip.
All right, any other folks in the room? Hi, come on forward. Nice to see you.
Hi, I'm Hannah Berman, and I'm here with my Basalt Town Council hat on. When I first moved to this community about 5 years ago, I was looking for an apartment, and I found a tiny studio in Aspen with a hot plate and maybe a microwave, and it was far more than what was considered affordable for my full-time, year-round income, but it was the lowest one on the market. So I emailed the landlord, and she told me that's not per month, that's per night. And yeah, that was my reaction. And I was like, okay, I will take affordable housing. And after moving 5 times in the first couple months of being here, I was able to stay in a Basalt affordable housing unit. It's all electric with on-site solar and a WeCycle station out my front door so I can bike to work every day. And that's part of why I wanted to run for town council, is to make other developments that were equally affordable, sustainable, and thoughtful. And since that time when I moved here, the average home price in Basalt has increased 63% to $1.3 million. That means to have an income to afford that, you would need to make 320% of Basalt's AMI, or about $334,000. Also in that time, rents have increased 40% on average in the Roaring Fork Valley. I am a young person that loves this community and wants to stay here and keep contributing to it, but neither of those options are a viable path for me to stay in this community. So I am really excited about the opportunity to get a sustainable funding stream for deed restriction programs, ADU incentivization, and other affordable housing developments in the Valley. That is the key to unlocking so much of the federal and state dollars that could come into communities like ours and support folks like me. So I really appreciate you guys doing this. Thank you.
Thank you.
Nice
Hannah,
to
very
see
much.
you.
You too.
All right. Anyone else? Hey, Auden, come on up. Oh, and then Mick.
Auden Chandler from Aspen One and Aspen Skiing Company. Yeah, just one data point, which is the potential resistance to paying this fee. For us to build a new bed for our housing is $150,000 to $200,000, and we did the math on the tax for our whole company, and it'd be somewhere between $150,000 and $200,000. So we can't rip our wallet off the back of our pants fast enough to pay this. It makes total sense. It's a bargain really for the community. So we support it 100%.
Thank you. Great to see you. Thank you. Mick? Oh, and then can you just check online and see if anyone else? Go ahead, Mick. Thanks.
Okay, my name is Mick Ireland. I'm here in support of this question. I want to offer a few thoughts and a little bit about my background that supports them. I was the chair of the Aspen Area Community Plan Housing Committee, which recommended that we house 60% of our workforce. And of course, we're not close, and 250 units won't close that gap. I served on APJA. I was on the Financial Advisory Board that recommended funding and acquisition of property. I've testified at the General Assembly on a multi-jurisdictional taxation for valley-wide problems, and I have spoken at various resorts around the country on the displacement of locals by second homes and now STRs. I would caution you to be careful about a couple of things. It's not just about creating housing. If you created 250 housing units over this period of time, you would probably not replace what you are going to lose through conversion of existing locally occupied units to STR purposes and or second homes. New York City, Barcelona, and Lahaina, the county in which Lahaina is, are banning STRs. And people in Lahaina woke up after their fire to find out there was no plan B. There was no place, there was no down valley they could move to after their homes were destroyed or redeveloped in pursuant to that fire. And as Ashley's presentation pointed out, you don't have plan B either. It used to be, well, you can't afford to live in Aspen, you go to Carbondale, you go to Glenwood. You can't do that anymore. You can't afford to do that. You can't live there. I would also caution you to avoid what has happened in some jurisdictions around here, around the valley, and that is the acquisition of units that are currently long-term rentals, kicking people out and then making it into affordable housing. That happens, and you need to somehow provide that you don't do that you don't substitute one employee for another employee and think you have accomplished anything, because that employee was displaced, is basically, as I was trying to explain, voted off the island. You lose your unit, you're gone. And that brings me to the emphasis on first responders in certain jobs. I would recommend that needs a lot more thought. People are not always able to continue as a first responder, a police officer, or firefighter, or snowplow driver for reasons of age or physical disability or injury. I'm 74. I can run up the mountains. I can swim. I can ride the bike. I couldn't be a first responder. And if I were living in first responder housing of some sort, I'd be voted off the island because I'd no longer be able to do that job. And that happens to a lot of people. You have to somehow be careful that when somebody loses their ability to do a certain kind of job, that they aren't lost to the community. The point of the Aspen Area Community Plan, oh, am I done?
You can tie up
Okay,
your last
I'll try to
please.
finish it. I'm trying to talk as fast as I can without selling you anything in the process. That is something that needs some consideration, because what we tried to do in the Aspen Area Community Plan was provide for a diverse workforce that included people as they moved through the various stages of their lives. They were single, you would move into rental, you might eventually own, you might have a partner, you might have children, you might downsize. They can't be locked in by a job commitment too often. Well, that's close to it. I just want to say you have a laudable goal in 250 units, but I think that 250 units will be swallowed up by the progression of STR development, not just in this community, but throughout the valley. And STRs not only displace people who are renters, but as Heather pointed out, what happens to the remaining housing stock that you don't control, that becomes incredibly expensive, and people are asked to pay $8,000 a month to live in a basement. Yeah. And so it's not just build housing, but try to restrain some of the forces that are displacing people, even as we speak. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Oh, wait, I want to say one more thing, because
Quick.
I do
We
have
got a
to
lot
say
of
this.
airport to talk about.
Let the airport go for a second. I did want to say, I've been to the table before, I've been to these elections a lot, and one thing that matters very much to the voters is a unified Board of County Commissioners in support of a question. That's how we got the Health and Human Services tax. We all supported it. That's how we got the open space tax. We all supported it. And I hope all of the commissioners will not just give lip service to that, but will contribute speaking time, letters, whatever they can, to show that the board, while it may be fractious on who knows what, it's the nature of the job, but will be unified in support of this question. And I hope you will all do that. And you have a tool to do that. And that tool is called a resolution. You are not limited to putting something on the ballot, dropping the orphan on the doorstep of the voters and saying, here, this is good, this is a good baby, adopt it. You can pass a resolution, and that resolution gives you the opportunity to explain in less stilted language, not using all caps, to voters what this is going to accomplish and how it's going to do it. Thank you very much for your time.
Good idea.
Thank
Thanks,
you, really
Mick.
appreciate it.
Thanks, Mick.
Any other members of the public wish to comment on this? Okay, there will be another opportunity on August 28th, so I will bring this back to the board for any additional discussion or a motion.
am
coming for
ready.
public? I'm like, you're not here for public comment. I would note also, we did receive a letter from the Chamber of Commerce in support of this earlier today.
The Aspen Chamber.
Yes, the Aspen Chamber.
So I am ready, if the board is ready, to do a resolution to approve a ballot question to be submitted November 5th, 2024, general election authorizing an annual ad valorem property tax mill levy imposed at a rate of 1.5 mils for not more than 25 years for the purposes of funding affordable and attainable and authorizing all appropriate action to be taken to the election. That doesn't make sense.
Affordable and attainable housing and
Housing.
related support programs addressing housing and authorizing that all
Yeah, I'm reading
appropriate
the
action.
title on the agenda item summary, so.
May I request a friendly amendment to the motion to reflect the striking of the one word in the draft ballot language?
I will amend my motion to strike, we are taking out
Safety
safety
in bullet point 5
in
of
bullet point
Exhibit
5
A,
between
the
public
ballot
and
language.
agencies.
Thank you, Patty. Is there a
And
second?
to move this to a
Second read.
second reading on August the 28th for continued public comment.
I'll second.
Thank you, Patty. Thanks, Francie. Any additional discussion by the board? All right. Seeing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Aye. Thank you.
Aye.
Thank you all.
Yay.
Would any board members would you like a brief break before, or you guys want to keep trucking?
I don't need a break.
No?
I think we could probably do the next one and then take a break.
Okay. All right,
that's
we will
okay.
move on then to item number 20. And this is a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners of Picken County fixing a ballot title at an election to be held November 5th, 2024 for a citizen-initiated amendment to Article 2 of the Picken County Home Rule Charter, which limits the powers of the Board of County Commissioners to authorize expansion or relocation of any runway at the Aspen-Picken County Airport without voter authorization. And I have our acting county attorney, Ryan Neely, and county clerk and recorder Ingrid Gruder here to present this. Again, this is another matter that we will open for public comment. Please, who wants to kick it off?
I'll do a quick intro. So on July 31st of this year, the Clerk and Recorder's Office certified the sufficiency of a petition to place a question on the November 5th general election ballot regarding an amendment to the Picken County Home Rule Charter. And I will go right to, according to state statute, the ballot title for the proposed amendment shall be set by a resolution of the governing body. So, and Rye has the resolution.
I do have the resolution, and you all are the governing body, for sure. I do have, sorry, I'm pulling it up. The resolution does set and fix the ballot title for this particular ballot measure. And the requirement to do that, as Ingrid pointed out, is a requirement of state law. The exhibit to that, the long agenda, I'm getting there, sorry. Exhibit A to that ballot, or to your resolution, includes the ballot title and the submission clause for that ballot title. And I just want to make one brief change to it, or suggest a change to it.
Sorry, you're looking at
A or B?
I'm sorry, I'm pulling it up here. I want to make sure I've got there. Okay, it is B on this agenda item. Exhibit A being the petition sufficiency letter, which Ingrid can probably tell you more about how that came to pass, but essentially my understanding is Exhibit A, the sufficiency letter, is the letter she transmits to the petition proponents or the proponents of the ballot measure, informing them that they have obtained enough valid signatures to place the initiative on the ballot, on the November ballot. The change I wanted to make in Exhibit B is a concern was raised by the proponents of the ballot measure that the very last phrase in the submission clause, which is the first full paragraph on Exhibit B, that reads, in accordance with the provisions of BoCC resolution number blank 2024, the concern I heard was that that is confusing. That language is something that we typically include for home rule charter amendments within the submission clause, but it is not necessary. I'm going to suggest to the board that we go ahead and remove that language on first reading and not have it for second reading on the 28th.
I'm sorry, I'm not quite sure what you're talking about. I thought we were on Exhibit B.
We are on Exhibit B.
Which part of Exhibit B?
Exhibit B, the first full paragraph.
Yeah.
The paragraph, which is the submission clause, begins with, shall the Pitkin County
Yeah.
Charter be amended. It ends with a phrase that says, in accordance with the provisions of BoCC resolution number blank 2024. The intent of that language is to be a reference to the resolution fixing and setting the ballot title for this proposed ballot measure. The proponents of this ballot, or of the initiative, have expressed a concern that this language is confusing. I don't necessarily agree with that, but in any event, it is not required to be on the ballot or in the submission language. So my suggestion is to strike it. The board's purview here is to make sure that the language of the ballot title, which includes this submission language here, fairly and accurately represents what is being proposed in the actual text of the proposed amendment. And the actual text of the proposed amendment to the Home Rule Charter is included on Exhibit B as well, and that's the language below where it says the full text of the proposed measure is as follows. In any event, I am suggesting that we strike that last bit of language on first reading and move it to second reading, that being the only change.
Patty?
So therefore, that first paragraph will end with such expansion or relocation, period.
Question mark, but yes.
A question mark. There I go to the punctuation again.
There it is.
So in accordance with would be deleted till the end of.
Correct.
Oh, I don't have to raise. I have a question.
Please do.
I can call on myself today. So the language that will appear on the ballot will start at Initiative 1 blank and will, with the amendment you've proposed, will run through and end at the capitalized prohibited runway expansion or relocation at the bottom of the page?
No, I'm sorry, I wasn't clear about that.
Okay.
The language that is actually going to appear, that will appear on the ballot, starts with Initiative 1, and you can talk with Ingrid more about how the numbering gets set out. But that's why it's 1 blank. It will be the order of the county. There's a priority of county questions or measures. I believe it starts with referendums and ends with initiatives. Is that correct? The language that will appear on the ballot will be this brief title, that Initiative 1, Citizen Initiated Home Rule Charter Amendment, followed by the submission clause being the language that starts with shall the Pitkin County Charter be amended and ends where Commissioner Clapper was just discussing with expansion or relocation, just in this first paragraph here on Exhibit B. No other language appears on the ballot. So the full text of the proposed amendment to the Home Rule Charter does not go on the ballot.
Mm-hmm. But because there's no resolution, there's nowhere to reference it for the voters.
Typically and Ingrid can talk about past amendments to the Home Rule Charter, typically there's a reference in the submission clause to the resolution that includes all the proposed amendment text to the Home Rule Charter, which would be this following language, which would be attached to the resolution approving and fixing the ballot title.
And where would that be accessible?
This language will be published on the Pitkin County website 10 days in advance of second reading, and then republished on the website after the BoCC approves the language on August 28th.
But not in the mailed out ballot or the ballot that people get when they come in.
No, that the actual language of the proposed text amendment, the proposed change to the home rule charter itself, is not on the ballot.
Okay.
Nor is it in what people typically call the blue book or anything like that.
Why isn't it in the blue book?
That would be a question for Ingrid. I believe the answer is because the only requirement to do that is for Tabor questions, but
Because it's not a tax issue. And that's what goes into the blue book and the Tabor notice.
So
I recall yesterday, though, I had recommended that we do a special insert for the home rule charter, which I don't know if Ingrid knows that yet, but
I didn't. I did not.
That was my recommendation, that we
Both
consider paying for a special insert to go in the Tabor notice for the home rule charter amendment.
is that something we can do?
I imagine.
Anyway,
I'll
we
have
can
to
come to
double
that
check.
later.
Yeah.
So, okay. Is there any way to include in this, the language that does go on the ballot, like a reference to the petition that was found sufficient? I guess I'm just wondering, like, how do people know, like, what, that they're actually approving language that's being changed somewhere else?
Sure. Typically, the way we've handled this, and I know I've said that a few times now, is to include a reference in the submission clause to the resolution fixing the ballot title that includes the entirety of the proposed change to the home rule charter.
Right.
So that would be the
That is
sentence we're being
typically
asked
how
to
we do
delete.
that in accordance with we include that language in accordance with the provisions of BoCC resolution number 2024. So the other way folks can find it is by looking at the published version of the BoCC resolution on the county website, which will be by home rule charter, the requirement to have that on the to have that on the county website must happen 10 days before the BoCC takes final action on that. And then it'll live on the website for some time. The language of the resolution and the language of the resolution as well as the title will also be published in it's the Aspen Daily News 10 days before the BoCC takes an action on this.
Patty, then Francie.
I was leaning towards removing the language in accordance with, but in fact, I think I want to make it as easy for the public to see the home rule charter amendments that are proposed, rather than say you have to go to the website and pull it up here and then look over there and jump through that hoop. I would rather have it referenced in the language. It does say citizens initiative, so at the beginning of the initiative, but I would like to make it as clear and as clean and as easy for the public to access the information. So by leaving in the accordance with the provisions of BoCC resolution, maybe leave that in and then talk to Ingrid, as per Kelly's suggestion, to do an insert into the blue book with the actual language so the voters get it. Because I think that makes it, I think that's the right thing to do.
Yeah, I was going to say something
ahead.
similar
Yeah,
if
go
I
ahead.
could. I'm just imagining somebody sitting at their table reading the ballot and wondering, well, where do I read about this? And what would lead them to the Pitkin County website? I mean, I wouldn't go to the Pitkin County website when I'm working on my ballot. I never have before. So both for this and the next amendment to the charter ballot issue, I think there should be some way for somebody who just opens up their mail-in ballot and is going to vote to have access to more information than these, 80 words or whatever it is.
Well, you can't put all of this in the ballot. I mean,
I'm
you
not
can't.
asking him to.
No, I
I'm
know.
asking for reference to some kind of, if we could have some way of reference for people, like whether it's an insert or, because not everybody's gonna happen to read the New York, I mean, that too, the Aspen Daily News, issue that happens to have the language in it. I mean,
Sure.
that would be a lucky thing to come across that as a voter.
Right, and I guess to the larger point raised, to some extent, simply having the reference to the resolution in the submission language similarly would require somebody to jump through some additional hoops to go out and find a copy of your resolution, obtain that, request that from the county, et cetera, to get the actual proposed text. So what I'm hearing from the board is exploring the idea of doing a special insert to include the full text of the proposed amendments to the Home Rule Charter. And I would suggest if we're going to do that, we would do that both for this Home Rule Charter, proposed Home Rule Charter amendment, as well as the BoCC referred Home Rule Charter amendment. That's the next item on the agenda. I'll need to check with Ingrid about whether we can do that. And
I'll need to check.
I'm probably not, we're not going to have an answer today on that, but we would be able to have an answer to that by the 28th.
And I can't tell you how many people sit down, and especially I think in November of this year, because the ballot is so big and so complex, from the state, regional, city, count, everybody, national. That blue book will be living next to their ballot. They carry it around, you see them.
But the blue book is for statewide.
Yeah, but I mean, but if we do an
So unless we print the Tabor notice
Correct.
blue,
Right.
that is a different
Okay,
mailer.
well,
that
whatever
looks
color
different.
it is, people will
Yeah.
live with that stuff they
Yeah.
get in the mail to understand their ballots.
Kelly's making
Blue, yellow, green, or
Yeah.
pink, they're
Yeah,
gonna
yeah.
live with it.
Kelly's making a good distinction. Patty's discussing it more. There is the blue book that you all think of, which comes from the state.
Right, the
Then
Tabor blue
Ingrid
book.
can tell you that we also generally provide a Tabor notice for the specific county issues, whether they be for special districts, I believe,
Correct.
as well as any county Tabor issues. That is something we can explore, having an additional publication like that go out in the ballot and bring you back an answer to that on the 28th. I know that's not particularly satisfying, given you have one more opportunity to hear this on the 28th, but assuming that we're able to do that, and I don't see any I haven't seen any prohibition on that, I think we can include that in the resolution as an amendment that we would add today, that there will be some sort of special insert for this purpose. And if that is not possible, we'll let you know on the 28th.
And what color is our Tabor notice when we send it out?
It's usually white.
It's white.
white,
I just
but
wanna,
it
I
has,
just
it
wanna know
has
to
blue
clarify.
and red on it.
Okay, it's red, white, and blue. Okay, that makes it even better.
Maybe our insert can be printed
Can
on
I
blue
ask
paper.
one more
Go
question?
ahead.
So is it the citizens who who have initiated this amendment change for the ballot asking to have that language removed? That's
Correct.
their request?
Correct.
Well, then we should have it removed, I think.
Well, they thought it was confusing, apparently, right?
Yeah, and the concern, yes, they believed it was confusing. I don't want to articulate exactly why for them, but the concerns that I've heard raised now articulate more of a concern about how an individual considering this ballot measure and or the BoCC's ballot measure could look at the text of the actual amendment rather than just the submission clause. Now, the ballot title and submission clause, which are generally one and the same, are required to fairly represent what the proposed change to the Home Rule Charter is, which I believe both in this resolution and the next one, that submission clause does. But I understand that when you're dealing with a change to the Home Rule Charter, it may be desirable to have the actual language, and is likely helpful to have the language of the actual proposed amendment to the Home Rule Charter. right there
Available
in
to the
front-
voters.
Available to you.
Oh, yeah.
Let me go to Greg. Greg.
Yeah, thank you. Clear, what we want clearly for both of these measures is clarity and the ability of anybody who's looking at this and planning to vote on it to understand them fully and to be able to compare these two ballot measures. I don't have the answer on exactly how to do that as efficiently as possible, but it certainly is necessary. So I appreciate what you're trying to do there to create that clarity, but I think we also need to make sure people can hold these two things up side by side and really understand what it is they're voting on, because I want to make sure that confusion isn't driving any of this, but a real understanding of what people are voting for comes out of it. And so I do appreciate this conversation, and I think it's worth the time spent. Thanks.
Thank you, Greg. Steve?
Yeah, Rye, the changes that you suggested, are these brought entirely by the proponents of the people who submitted the Citizens Initiative?
Yeah, sure. Let me give you a little more background on that. I meant to do that. I'm sorry.
So these come from them and not from us as suggested improvements to their ballot language. Is that correct? That's what I'm getting at.
That is generally correct, except that the addition of, and this is where we get into the minutia here, the addition of the language that I've asked the board to remove was something that I had added to the ballot title that was not reviewed by the proponents of the initiative until today, before today. They raised the issue with me today. I added that language to be in conformance with all previous amendments to the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter that I could find within relatively recent history. I went through those with Ingrid's office, and generally all of them include a reference to the resolution fixing the ballot title and including the proposed text amendment to the Home Rule Charter. The process of going through and fixing this ballot title and coming up with it is something that I have worked with collaboratively with the representatives of Our Airport, Our Vote as a courtesy and level of professionalism with respect to responding to a complicated procedural process to go through the initiative process from the start until now, and then ultimately getting this on the ballot. And that's something that I think would be typical for Ingrid's office as well as the attorney's office to work with a citizen initiative petition like this to go through that process and make sure we're all following the correct legal procedure to go through the whole thing. So that's how we got here. In that I took some of the language from what was in their petition, communicated that with representatives for Our Vote, Our Airport, and asked for some feedback on what they believe the submission language should be and the title should be. And then I reviewed that with Ingrid's office and myself. So
could I?
Hey, Patty, go ahead.
So then, when you were working on this with the representatives of Our Airport, Our Vote, they were okay with in accordance with the reso?
No, the opposite.
Okay.
I had not.
So from the get-go,
they
they were
had
not
submitted the language without that
Okay.
in accordance with the provisions of
Okay.
BoCC resolution number blank 2024.
So it was just after you added it that they said they...
hey, this language is concerning to us. And that's fine. As I said, there's no requirement that this language be in here.
Then all I ask is that if we delete it from this ballot issue, we delete it from ours, because it's also included in our draft ballot.
Okay, we could talk about that
Yeah,
then.
but
would be my
just-
suggestion.
I'd like them to address that during public comment.
Okay,
about
but
this
just
specific
if,
language.
but I'd like us to talk about that.
Sure.
Okay.
Got it.
And I have another
So
question.
there's
Francie.
consistency.
So if we have different language on the ballot than the language that was what people signed on petitions, is that a problem?
That is not the circumstance. I'm sorry if that sounded like it was. The only change is to the submission clause in that it's been rephrased as a question, and I added that in accordance with the provisions of
That's
BoCC.
the only change from what was on the petitions?
Other
Okay.
than converting it into a question in that it says, shall the Pitkin County Charter be amended?
Yeah. So I would recommend that we delete it for that reason as well.
Okay.
That it wasn't on the petition, but
Sure.
also because they've requested that it be deleted. That's my comment on it. But
And I can agree with that. May I?
Yeah.
But I also think we really need to find a way to get the text language out
me
there.
too.
And if we can't put it in the red, white, and blue county, can we create our own mailing? I mean, I think we might have some options and
I
opportunities.
think we do.
So, yeah.
All right, that was all very wonky.
Yeah.
I followed
So,
it
and
completely.
just to real blow back up to the big picture, we're here today to accept the petitioner's petition as found to be sufficient, and we have a administrative step required of us to say, yes, this goes on the ballot. So that's what we're essentially doing here right now.
And can I?
Yes.
So clarify that we do have a requirement, we have to, by state statute, is my understanding. I think the public needs to know that the Board of Commissioners comes to us to say yes or no, we can put it on the ballot, but we can't say no.
As Ingrid alluded to, the local jurisdiction is charged with fixing the ballot title of an initiative petition.
So that's what we're here for today.
Correct.
Okay. And that I will just say again, that is different from tinkering with language, which we will do on others, which we have been doing all afternoon. We're not tinkering with any of the language on the petition that the citizens circulated.
Right.
Okay. If everyone is ready, I'll go ahead and open the public. And I might just ask Chuck to come up if you want to first answer this question that we've been wrestling with, and then we'll have you, I won't count that as part of your public comment period.
Doesn't matter which chair.
Nope. Just make sure the red light is on, and please introduce yourself.
Red light needs to be on.
There we go.
I think it's on, yeah.
All right. My name's Chuck Butler. I am one of the members of our Airport Our Vote. Thank you for addressing that. I know that there was a lot of back and forth today, and the confusion, I think, stemmed from it was a blank line that identifies what's being referenced. So it was unclear if it was referencing our own measure or the board's. So if it's equal billing and if the board's measure references itself and ours, then that's clear. And I think that is an open conversation that we can take offline. So if that's the case, I apologize for the confusion. I do agree with what you said, Francie, just with regards to if that's what the people agreed upon and signed up for, then why would we be changing it? But as long as it's equal billing and it's, what Greg said, I think we can all agree it should be as clear as possible for everybody. Confusion is what we all want to avoid. So.
Do you have other comments?
So I do, and I'll speak again after the next one. So start my 3 minutes now, please.
Okay, thank
so
you.
Again, thank you, Ingrid, Richard, and this board for everything we're doing and have done. The process has been educational, if nothing else, and a lot of fun. I'm very proud of what we have done, sort of giving a voice to what I've called the silent majority over these past 3, 6, however many months. We had a very intense July, but I think we ran a very fair, honest and transparent movement, and part of the whole petition process was phenomenal. That said, I have a couple comments. I want to talk about commercial service. It's alive and well with Embraer 175 coming to Aspen this fall, pending FAA approval. SkyWest and United have announced that they're going to begin using that aircraft, the EA-175, as soon as November, and that it does fit under the current 95-foot wingspan limit. Aspen does not need an expanded runway for commercial service, and we know this. At this point, it's clear that the airport expansion, specifically the larger separation, which has been called out by a number of people between the taxiway and the runway, is now for bigger private planes and charters. I want to again echo that our Airport, Our Vote supports the airport layout plan and improvements, with improvements, and building a new or improved terminal, just not the provision to move and expand the runway separation to allow bigger planes. So I'll leave my comment at that for now, and thank you so much.
Okay,
Thank you very much.
Okay, again, we are discussing the citizens-initiated Amendment to the Home Rule Charter. Would anyone else like to make public comment here in the room? Yes, please.
Do these microphones work?
They only really work to broadcast over the television, not through the room.
I was having trouble hearing lots of comments I wanted to hear. My name is Jackie Merrill. I'm a 35-year resident of Pitkin County and voter. And I want to make a few points. One, I think Chuck has made very articulately that, and I have been involved in airport issues going back to the Vision Committee, so I think while some of us intuited that the Embraer 175 was a very logical successor to the CRJ 700, it was not officially known until recently. And I, for one, feel this completely changes the debate. Because as I understand it, the arguments for expanding the one-way had to do with the fact that there would not be commercial service available under the current wingspan. And so I feeling like, okay, so what's the problem? We got an airport, we got a plane that works. Why do we need to expand the runway, or widen the runway, or the taxiway? And this adds a very different dimension to the debate. And so I really question why anybody wants to widen the runway. I think the second point is I really address you all commissioners as to why this other ballot measure is being put up. If I think of your constituents, I wonder what they're going to think, because as our paper said this morning, this is just a way for the county commissioners to ignore a voice of the people. So if there's anything that I don't understand about that, I would like to hear from you. But I am suggesting that possible political suicide is involved here, because who is going to see this as anything but a blatant, unsubtle power grab on the part of the commissioners? And if that isn't the case, you've got a lot of work to do. And I, as a citizen concerned about the world, am having trouble reigniting my trust of you all, my representatives, because this seems to me to be an outrage. The second point is when it comes to FAA funding, I feel there's been a lot of fear-mongering and a sort of implied directive that we prostitute ourselves and do whatever they want. My experience over the years has been that they will negotiate more than they will say so, and that, in fact, I want them to be responsible for our safety. I don't want them to be the managers of our growth or our airport. And I think perfectly clear, if our airport were unsafe, they'd close it down. So why are we talking about needing improved safety? And then my last point is, I know a few weeks ago, or months ago, George Newman and John Bennett, who represented the coalition, had an hour-long or so conversation with you all. And I heard you, Kelly, that you said there was going to be none of that today. I am simply wanting to go on record that I would like to see that equal time given in that format for those of us who feel we need to be heard.
Thank you.
See if there's anything else. That's it.
Okay. Thank you. And I will note some of your comments will come up, I think, in discussion when we get to the next item. When we talk about the referred measure. So thank you. All right, related to the, come on up.
Thank you. Ellen Anderson, and I've lived in Aspen Village since 1978, and I have seen a lot of changes, including the Pitkin County Airport going from a strip, basically, with mostly small airplanes, Twin Otter, was Rocky Mountains and so forth. Until now, it's very powerful jets, and we're looking at the specter of bigger and therefore more powerful jets. It has evolved. Someone asked me, well, whose fault is that you live there? And my answer is, it's the government's fault for not protecting me. I think one of the basic responsibilities of the government is life safety for the public. And the airport has grown like Topsy, and the government has permitted it, but we've come to a point now where it is a health safety hazard. And I believe it's the government's responsibility to, number one, don't make it worse. And expanding the, I just generically call it, expanding the airside to allow bigger planes, it would definitely be making it worse. Just don't make it worse. I echo a couple of things that Jackie said, and one is, I think it's only sporting of you to allow the people who are against the redevelopment to allow bigger planes equal time that John Bennett and George Newman got. That is what I've been asking you for, point counterpoint conversation. You allowed it for them. I think it was great, and I think you should allow it for us. One other point, I think you should look carefully to see who's speaking for each side. Those of us who are opposed the reconfiguration of the airside to allow bigger planes are people who are affected by the noise and the pollution. And if you look at many of the people who are pro let in the bigger planes, they don't live under the flight path. A lot of them don't even live here, aren't registered to vote here. They don't live in Pickens County, never have lived in Pickens County. And I believe as elected officials, you should weigh the voice more heavily of the people who, first of all, elected you, and secondly, are physically under the flight path and are the ones bearing the increased noise and pollution. Those are my comments now, and I'll have comments for the other one, but thank you for listening. Thank you.
Thank you, Ellen. Yes, please.
Hi, my name is Lee Bryant. I've lived in the Valley for 35 years. I'm a small business owner. I've never been to a BoCC meeting ever. Okay.
Welcome.
Thank you. I think this is probably the most important issue that I can ever remember in this valley. And actually, housing is too. And they all sort of go together. But I would caution you, just listening back there to this dialogue about this language on this particular initiative that's going to go on the ballot on November the 5th, I've been spending hours trying to understand this whole problem. And just listening to you guys talk about this ballot, I'm like, I have no idea what they're talking about. And I have spent a considerable amount of time understanding both sides and trying to figure out for myself what's the next best course for the airport. So I would just say, make it easier to understand, because it's just not right now. How many people really even understand what the Home Rule Charter actually is? And I'll just leave it at that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So as upset that
Additional comment? Do we have anyone online, Rosa, please? Again, we're talking about the citizens petition that we are fixing to the ballot. Okay. I know we will have more discussion on the next one, so I will bring it back to the board on item 20. Patty, you're looking like you have something you want to say.
Well, I've got a lot to say, but I don't know whether to save it for the next one. But since
Save it for the next one if it's relative to the next one.
Well, but people brought it up at this one. And, I've been elected 6 times. I've been in office 22 years. I've been studying the airport for over 20 years. And it's still confusing to me, Lee. It's still, what's an ALP? What's a Home Rule Charter? So, we're working on trying to get the education out there. So we can discuss the details of that in the next issue. But it's really hard for me when I'm being told it's a power grab, that you don't trust us anymore as your elected officials. That's hard with all the amount of work that this board is putting into this and has. And as far as equal time, when George Newman and John Bennett came before us, it wasn't about the ballot questions. It wasn't about which jet. It was about creating a process like the county did with the protection of the Thompson Divide, which we successfully did. It was about taking the points of the vision plan that the community created and bringing them back to the community and understanding them and moving forward with those vision points, point by point. And so it's different ball game than talking, runway relocate, any of that stuff. That I think the conversation was different that we had with George Newman. And we discussed giving them time based on that fact, that it was different. We have tried to give time to all sides of this issue throughout the last year or 18 months when we had community involvement. And so what we're trying to do now, I think, is be respectful of the petition and the effort that our Airport Our Vote put forward, address those issues on this item we're discussing now, address those issues that we have before us to move that initiative to the ballot in a clear manner that the public will best understand.
Thank you, Patty. Francie.
Yeah, I'm obviously going to vote to fix this language onto the ballot because the Home Rule Charter says that it's my duty to do that. But I just want to make sure that people understand I'm doing it unhappily because under state statute, I am supposed to be responsible as a county commissioner for decisions about the operation and the administration of issues at the airport. It is incumbent on us under state law to be the decision makers about the airport. It is also incumbent on us to be responsible for the contracts that we signed with the FAA in the grant assurances when we took up to $12 million recently and said, we will be the people who make these decisions about the airport. So we've been told that is our responsibility by the state and by the FAA. So by asking us to not have that responsibility, you're asking us to break our contracts with the FAA and to break state law. So I'm going to vote to fix this language, but I just want to do it in a way that you guys understand that and it's not like you didn't know what you were doing. It's not like this is an accident that happened, that you've placed the commissioners in a position to go against state law and against our contract with the FAA. You knew exactly what you were doing when you chose this language. So I'm going to honor your petition because you got the signatures, and I'm going to vote to fix this language on the ballot. But I'm not happy about it because you've purposely done this to us to make us do that. So you're very smart. Congratulations on being so smart. And
Okay.
you can have my vote.
Thank you. Steve.
Thank you, Francie, for saying very much what is on my mind. My gut feeling was to vote no, to not put this on the ballot because it puts us in a situation that we have to break the law to have, if your thing passes. However, I have always served my country. I'm a veteran of the United States Armed Forces. I defend the right of our democratic institutions and the right of people to vote and to petition for things. And because of that, I am honoring the petition to put this on the ballot. Even though I don't believe in it, I think it's a misguided effort by people who don't understand the entire situation. I haven't studied this as long as Patty Clapper. I've been the for 12 years. I understand that very clearly. To me, there is one crystal clear way forward that makes our airport safer, that provides a mechanism whereby more modern, quieter, more fuel-efficient airplanes can land here, which can't land here now because the wingspan is too large. So that is really the reason why the commissioners, I think, are bringing forward our own ballot initiative regarding reaffirming in the home rule charter what our duties and responsibilities. I do defend your right to have this on the ballot, so I will vote to move this forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Steve. Greg, any comments right now?
No comments other than that I concur with Steve and Francie and Patty, what I've heard so far. I think it's our obligation to fix this on the ballot, and I intend to vote for it.
All right, thank you, Greg. I would like to ask Rye, I believe we were making some amendments, I understand what we're striking from the language that will go on the ballot. Were there other amendments to the actual resolution that you need to call out for us right now?
I think the only other resolution was to include the language of the proposed text amendment in a special pamphlet to be mailed out if possible with the ballot. So
Okay.
I'm going to have to explore that with Ingrid. I don't think you necessarily have to include that in the resolution, but if that's something the board wants to see in the resolution to reaffirm the board's desire to have the full text of the proposed amendment to the home rule charter.
Okay.
we
So
can do that.
I will, when I get to a motion, I'll expect to see a motion that includes that addition for second reading.
Sure.
Okay. Greg and then Patty.
Only that when Rye said it, if possible, that left too big a door for me. I think we need to include it. Thanks.
Thank you. Patty.
No, Ingrid's gonna.
Well, question, if can be an addition to the Tabor notice, that goes out before, not with the ballot.
Right.
Just want that
Okay.
clarification.
Thank you.
And there may be some rules about what you can put into the ballot envelope
I personally
itself.
don't think we should put anything in the ballot.
Yes, thank you.
I remember some counties put like I voted stickers in their ballot envelopes, and then it ruined how the ballots got counted, and they had to hand mark
No, yeah, it
everything.
needs to be
and,
separate.
you know. So I think that it should be part of the Tabor notice or separate mailing that we do.
I was not articulate enough in that.
Well,
point.
yeah.
Thank you, Ingrid.
Okay.
So, and then Chuck, thank you for clarifying, when he said he was more concerned about the blank that was in the language. So maybe that's something that you can discuss further, whether or not to delete it. My main goal would be to have it consistent with the two questions.
Sure.
So I'm willing to put that into a motion to move this issue forward, the Citizens-Initiated Home Rule Charter Amendment, with the language as written with further discussion about keeping or deleting in accordance with the provisions of BoCC Reso, as long as it's consistent if the county puts on their own referred measure. And I would also like to put into the resolution a statement regarding a pamphlet of some sort with the text language, so people have a clear understanding as to what this question is going to. Same thing if the county's referred measure moves forward, whether it's in the red, white, and blue Tabor, or whether or not we have to do it separately. We'll figure out a way to get it out there. I think it's important for the voters to have that information. And nothing better than informed voting.
I'll second that if that was a motion.
That was my motion.
Okay, and I'll just take a moment to comment based on the similar thread of the other commissioners that, you know, I have no qualms about fixing this to the ballot. I don't, you know, citizens' democracy is fundamental. Contracts, grants, FAA rules are sort of second order government and business, and that can be the FAA's water to carry about whether the federal government wants to stand in the way of democracy of its citizens, because we are also citizens to the federal government. And so that is my opinion about this. And best of luck. I will call a question. All in favor, please say aye.
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 Thank you.
Aye.
Thanks, guys.
Aye.
Okay. Would we like to take a few-minute break?
If you want to.
I need to get some water, so
It does take a few minutes.
4 minutes. Okay, welcome back, everyone, to the Pickens County Board of County Commissioners regular voting session on Wednesday, August 14th. We are on our last item on the agenda, which is an individual consideration item. First reading set for second reading and public hearing on August 28th. We are going to take public comment today on this as well. And this is a resolution of the BoCC submitting an amendment to the Pickens County Home Rule Charter to the registered electors of Pickens County at an election to be held on November 5th, 2024, which amends Article 2 of the Home Rule Charter to authorize and empower the Board of County Commissioners to approve and implement a physical layout and attendant regulatory plan for the Aspen-Pickens County Airport that meets local and federal regulations and requirements notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in the Pickens County Home Rule Charter. We did initially discuss this language at a special meeting yesterday and continued that meeting today, where again we will accept public comment. And so I will turn it over to Acting County Attorney Ryan Neely to explain to everybody what we're doing here. Thank you.
Thanks, Kelly. So you already read the title of the resolution. I won't read it again. I think maybe since there has been some confusion expressed about sort of the fundamental structure of the county's government, namely the Home Rule Charter, we'll go off script a little bit and just talk about that to begin with. So the state constitution provides that counties and municipalities, and I'm going to talk in very general terms here, can choose to be what's known as a home rule county or home rule municipality. Pickens County is one such county that has chosen to be a home rule county. And that was originally done through a decision and a vote of the citizens of Pickens County. So Pickens County is a home rule county, and as such, we are governed by and subject to the Pickens County Home Rule Charter. The last agenda item and this one are both amendments to that document. And a good way to think about the Home Rule Charter, although not completely accurate, but a good way to think about it is similar to a constitutional document that governs the power and authority of the various departments and subsections of the county, including the BoCC. And the Home Rule Charter provides that the county shall exercise and provide all the mandatory county powers and functions as provided by state law, as well as some additional functions and powers articulated and defined in the Home Rule Charter. The Home Rule Charter also places limitations on the authority and power of the county, as well as the BoCC. And the Home Rule Charter provides that all the powers of the county are vested in the Board of County Commissioners, you all making up that board as a group of 5 members. The Pickens County Home Rule Charter creates a board of 5 individuals as the Board of County Commissioners. Most counties, statutory counties in the state, are made up of 3 individuals. So that is an area where the Pickens County Home Rule Charter, and it's a very simple example, but that is an area where the Pickens County Home Rule Charter diverts or departs from what is otherwise the presumption of state law. So how the board messages what the Home Rule Charter is between here and election day is to some extent up to you all. But fundamentally, what we are now doing is placing on the ballot amendments to that governing document, to the county home rule charter. So that is sort of where we're starting from right now, and I'd be happy to talk about any questions or take any questions on that to begin with. Otherwise, we can jump into the specifics of the procedural aspects of what the BoCC is proposing through this resolution in front of it now. So, does anybody? Oh, Greg has a question.
Greg does have a question. Go ahead, Greg.
Yeah, right. Thank you. Thank you for that. This is helpful, and I hopefully was there to hear that, and as well as anyone else who's confused about a home rule county versus, I guess, a statutory county, if you could call it that. So does this home rule charter give us the freedom or the right to ignore state law or federal law, or how far can we take this? Can we just declare our independence from, say, the CDOT or the FAA or the IRS? Like, what does this allow us to do? Thanks.
Sure. That's a really broad question, but in general, the answer is no. You can't just depart from whether it's federal constitutional law or state constitutional law or to some extent state statutory law. The county, Pitkin County as a home rule charter, is still a political subdivision of the state. And the powers and authority and the limitations on those things are granted to the county by the General Assembly and through the state constitution. So the home rule charter doesn't give you carte blanche over whatever you want to do.
Does that answer your question, Greg?
Yeah, thanks.
Okay.
Can I add to
put your hand down then, please.
May I add to that?
Okay.
Patty.
I also think it needs to be noted that when we get sworn into office, which we do, the second Tuesday of January, every 4 years when we have board elections, we'll have 3 seats open this year. We get sworn on the steps of the courthouse, and we swear to uphold the Constitution of the United States, the state constitution, and the county home rule charter.
That is correct.
So we swear with an oath that that's what we're going to do.
So anyway, that was very basic.
So explain to us the mechanics of what
Sure.
we're
We
considering
are
today.
now we're talking about amendment to that home rule charter. The agenda item before this one involved an initiative process to amend the home rule charter. And that amendment process is provided in state law as well as in the home rule charter itself, which has a reference to state statutory law and how to do that. So there's essentially 2 procedures to doing that. One is through a citizen initiative petition to amend the home rule charter, and then there's a BoCC referred amendment to the home rule charter. And those can both happen at the same time, which is the circumstance we have now today. So the last action item was an initiated amendment, and this is a referred amendment, which can be done by a resolution of the Board of County Commissioners. That resolution is what is in front of the board right now. The resolution that's in front of you has some pretty standard language about fixing the ballot title and amending the home rule charter with references to state law. The substance of what we're talking about is in the Exhibit A in this circumstance to the resolution. And the packet has 2 versions of the amendment, to the ballot title as well as the text amendment. One is a red line that carried over from yesterday's conversation. I'm happy to go specifically through that red line if you would like. I think the changes are pretty self-explanatory in that largely the changes from yesterday were to the grammar and syntax of the submission clause. I would look to Commissioner Jacober to make sure that I accurately included the colons and semicolons and commas in the location that she suggested, which were entirely appropriate and did make the language more clear. So those changes were made in the actual submission clause, which is the first full paragraph of Exhibit A. There was also a request to copy the phrase manages growth consistent with community values from the submission clause and include it in the actual text of the proposed amendment, which is the language that is underneath the heading text of the proposed amendment. So that has been done after yesterday as well. Those are the changes that I was asked to make by the board yesterday. Moving forward from here, the board reviews this text and the resolution. Should the board approve this resolution on first reading, it would be moved to second reading and public comment on August 28th. If the BoCC adopts this resolution to place this ballot measure on the ballot in November, this measure, along with the other ballot measures that the board has considered today, would be submitted to the state on September 6th to be added to the ballot and certified by the state. At which point then it would be included in the ballot that you heard the timeline for that getting mailed out today, and it would proceed to a vote of the citizens. So that's the procedural path forward from here and how we got here today. I'm happy to talk more about the substance, but yeah, let's do some questions on that first.
I did read through the red thing, and it's fine. Thank you.
Okay, any questions on the mechanics of this home rule charter amendment? Okay, and I would just say, we're sort of operating under the expectation this will, whatever, we're gonna tie up all of our ballot stuff by the 28th of this month, but, we have more flexibility if we need it.
You have a little bit more flexibility, although the 28th is already cutting it really close for the clerk's office to get our version of the ballot put together to send down to the state. I think it would be possible to maybe take one more day if we needed to, or 2 more days if we needed to. But that Friday before September 6th is pretty critical, I believe, to Ingrid's office to making sure they have enough time to put this all together.
Yeah, okay.
Do you want me to do my comments to why? I just want to clarify, I think there's some concern in the community as to why the Board of Commissioners is looking at doing a referred measure. And I'm going to speak for myself, but I'm thinking I'm speaking for the board at the same time, but you guys please correct me if I'm misspeaking. But it's in response to the citizens petitioned question, the initiative, where it asks the Board of Commissioners to put to a vote these issues related to the airport. And so I think that it took us a while to come around, but I think we've realized that the citizens want to vote on this issue. So we have created a ballot question, which is a referred measure. And I think we've tried to make this language as clear as possible and support the issues related to the Vision Committee and the Common Grounds recommendations that came out of a very long community process. So it's not a power grab. It's not overstepping our bounds. It's not trying to squelch the petitioned initiative. It is to respond to it in a timely manner. If the petition initiative passes, we would need to go to a vote, so we're putting the vote on now rather than having to come back at another time in the future with a special election possibly to put it to a vote. And so we're also clarifying how this then would address issues related to the Home Rule Charter. We did not come to this decision to create this draft language that we're working on easily. We talked about it. We looked at legal issues. We looked at community values and what the community wants and how to work with our community and respect the democratic process of right to vote. And I truly believe from my heart that's what we're doing. And I would love to hear from the community if they have any issues related to the language that we've put into our the ballot question. And again, I would hope that we can have the same discussion about that last sentence in the ballot question, and then in trying to get this information out in another manner, red, white, and blue pamphlet to the voters so they actually see the text changes to the Home Rule Charter. But I really appreciate Rise explaining the Home Rule Charter so people can understand that it's kind of rule of law for us and for the county to operate under those provisions that was voted on many years ago. Pickens County is only one of 2 Home Rule Charter counties in the state of Colorado. Pickens County and Weld County. Other counties have tried. Eagle County, I know, has tried maybe twice and have not been able to. They wanted to go to home rule because I think they believe that it's better representation of the values of their community. which I believe our home rule charter is.
Okay, thanks, Patty. Any other
I'm not
comments
sure
to that
what the
effect?
comments are restricted to right now, the language of the ballot.
No, I think what Patty's endeavoring to do is explain why we're putting this on in reaction to some of the comments we've heard. So I don't know if you want to contribute anything else to that.
Not
this
at this
time.
moment, maybe somebody else does.
Okay. Greg or Steve?
Thank you.
I think I could just say that the weight of the responsibility of the oaths I've taken as a commissioner are ever present. And I do appreciate and applaud citizen involvement in democracy, and that this group has put this together and got their signatures on their petition and put in something that works and is acceptable by the clerk and by the state is something I have to applaud. I do not agree with it only because I think I'm in a position where I have a responsibility as an elected official, a fiscal responsibility, and that weighs really heavily on me. I'll just leave it at that. But the petitioners who are coming to us with this really have no skin in the game, quite honestly. They're concerned about their lifestyle and mine as well. I live in this community as well, but I don't see the obligation or the fiscal responsibility with them, and I think that's all I'm going to say for now. But I just want everyone to know that this is a really heavy thing for us, and it's not something that we're particularly comfortable with. But I also feel as if I'm obligated to proceed in the way we are supporting this. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Steve?
Just a few comments about the process whereby we came up with this measure that we're looking at right now. We were approached by a group of citizens who support the safety improvements, the relocation of the runway at the airport. They were reacting, I think, largely to the actions of the group opposed to those things at the airport. And this group of citizens wanted to bring a ballot measure. They wanted to bring one to us and have us just run what they had, but they did not have the time at that point in time to collect signatures and get it on the ballot. So we took that idea that the commissioners should run a ballot measure of our own. We took, I think, maybe some of the ideas of the group who approached us, but by and large, these ideas are our ideas that we concocted in our own executive session meetings about what our ballot measure, what we thought should be in it. And so this is really, ours is an outgrowth of a action by a whole group of citizens who did not support the petition of the other group asking to have their ideas put on the ballot. So we have two conflicting ideas in the community that citizens will have a chance to vote for one or for the other this November. And we'll see how the votes come down on that in November. Thank you.
I'd like to just add one thing.
Yeah, thanks, Steve. Go ahead, Francie.
Yeah, just to add to what Steve said, I mean, people could vote for one and for the other.
Yeah, they can vote for
I just
both.
want to be clear that if people could vote for the citizens initiative that says, please put it on the ballot, whether or not we're going to move forward with this. So then if they vote yes for the referred ballot measure, then they're saying, yes, we do want to move forward with this. So they could vote yes for both.
And actually, our referred measure is doing what the initiative measure is asking us to do, and that's to put it to a vote. So we're putting it to a vote.
Yeah.
And I would love to hear public comment from folks affirming that or providing other insight for us to think about. Okay, are there,
I don't think we have anything yet from Ingrid's office, but she did provide me with some information about, do you want to just provide a comment on?
Yeah,
This is related to.
is your
the-
microphone on?
Sorry.
Yes.
This is related to the ability to mail out a special mailing of some kind regarding the amendment language. And
Okay, so there are still questions because, you know, it's written for Tabor issue, tax issues, and the pros and cons statements and so forth, and that would not be the case in this situation. So whether it's okay to make it part of the same mailing or not, have a call into the Secretary of State's office.
Thank you. So we might be
just
able
for
to put
folks
it in or
who
do
maybe
a
are just
separate.
joining now, we're discussing, because for both the citizens initiated change to the home rule charter and for the one that we're considering now, where it would be the BoCC referred change to the home rule charter, in neither case does the actual amendment language to the home rule charter show up on the ballot. So we want voters to be very clear with what changes to the home rule charter they would be voting on in both cases. And so we're trying to figure out a mechanism to get that out to people in their hands before they vote. So thank you. We'll stay tuned as to what you find on that. Is there any additional conversation related to the text amendment that you want to have?
I think it would just be helpful for me to give a summary of what this language does, and then we can talk about it more. I know the board wants to hear public comment on this, so.
Great, thank you.
As I mentioned, the home rule charter provides the powers and limitations of that power on the board and the county. So one thing, if the last initiative petition was taking away some of those powers from the board, specifically the power of the board to approve or implement an expansion or relocation of the runway and airfield as it's configured out at the airport now, well, the specific language is as of January 1, 2024, but essentially that's the configuration today. The language in this proposed amendment to the Home Rule Charter revests or authorizes or clarifies that the board does have the power to make that kind of a change or make that kind of approval of design and layout for the airfield. To Commissioner Clapper's point, it specifically, the text amendment specifically calls out that it would be responsive to the citizen petition with respect to authorization to expand or relocate the runway. So that question that is required in the citizen initiated petition is addressed in this particular amendment to the Pickens County Home Rule Charter. So the language is relatively straightforward, but it does provide and revest, if you will, or vest the BoCC with the authority to make those kinds of decisions for the airport, specifically decisions related to the design and layout of the airfield. So I'm happy to get more into the specifics of that, or if the board wants to discuss and then, or take public comment, or however, I'll leave it up to the chair for the moment, so.
Okay, let's
I just have a
see if
point of
there's any clarifying
clarification.
questions. Yes,
Yeah,
Patty and then
so
Greg.
Technically, it's just, our referred measure is just clarifying, like you said, restating, revesting the authority that we currently have, that the voters have had, given us over the past, whenever we created the Home Rule Charter, which was in the 70s.
I believe 74, but I can double check that again. I wasn't as clear about that as I should have been. The ability to implement a change to the airport, including relocating runways or relocating the other physical infrastructure and layout of the airfield, is currently something the BoCC has the power to do under the Home Rule Charter, as well as under state law. Those changes need to be done, and they're required to be done with the input of the FAA. And I will note that my memorandum to the board yesterday had a typo in it that said that the board essentially did not need FAA approval to do some of those things. That is not correct. To change the physical layout of the airfield, FAA approval and input is required. So the agenda item summary that's in the packet today, that typo has been corrected, and I apologize to the board and to the community for any confusion that may have caused.
Because it was a
That
with, it
typo
should have
was-
been without.
It
That
should have been
typo was
without.
repeated in the Aspen Times this morning.
Correct. So that, yeah, I apologize to the board for that. I do think that it is generally understood that FAA input is required to change the physical layout of the airfield. But in any event, that typo has been corrected.
Thank you.
Yes, Patty, to the point that the board has the power to make these decisions now. The citizen initiative question is essentially seeking to divest the BoCC with that authority. The amendment, the referred amendment in front of you now is reaffirming or reauthorizing the board to make those changes at the airfield. So that's the interplay here.
And that's the authority we've had since we created the Home Rule Charter in the 70s.
Correct.
Greg?
Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. I think Rye just said what I was going to say. I'm looking at the first paragraph in the Aspen Daily News story today. It simply gets it wrong. It says we're trying to change something when in fact we're reaffirming the authority we already have with this measure. The citizens petition would take away that authority, which is in conflict with a lot of the obligations that we have. What we're doing is reaffirming the authority that we've had and have presently to manage the airport. I just wanted to make sure we say it again and we say it again, because both newspapers seem to have gotten it confused, and a lot of people in the community do as well. We have received comments and letters from people wondering why we're doing something, in defiance of the citizens' will. But the fact of the matter is, we're reaffirming what has always been with this board and what our obligations have been. And I think, as thinking back to Lee's concern and confusion about Home Rule Charter and what all this means, there is a lot of confusion in the community. Certainly there is among the journalists and many of the people who've signed petitions or signed on one side or the other. And so it cannot hurt us to reaffirm this, what we're doing again and again and again, so people understand just what it is we're up to. Thanks.
I have a question, right? It seems that maybe our question is doing two things. First, reaffirming the authority that exists as of today or as of January 1st, 2024, however you want to look at it, and approves that authority to approve the runway expansion. Because that's the language in the amendment. So it's doing two things.
So, yes, the language in the actual text of the proposed amendment is more specific in that it does specifically authorize a runway expansion or relocation that would otherwise be prohibited by another provision of the Home Rule Charter. So that language directly addresses the mandate in the citizen initiative initiated amendment to the Home Rule Charter that in order to do those things, specifically expand or relocate the runway, that there is a voter authorization for that. Mm-hmm. The beyond that, as you were saying, it does reaffirm the BoCC's larger authority and jurisdiction over the administrative and executive functions out at the airport. Mm-hmm. So that it does have two components to it.
Okay, thank you. Okay, that's what I wanted to clarify.
But it's one ballot question.
Glad you asked that.
Okay, anything else? Okay. I will go ahead then and start our public comment period, and I will, we'll start here in the room. Amory, I see your hand up. If Rosa, you could just keep me on tune if there's folks raising their hands online. And we will stick to our 3 minutes. And if there are questions that will come up, I will make sure to note those, and then we can see if we can get attorney or staff input after public comment is closed. So please come up. Amory. Yep. You were first at the draw.
Red light.
The red light
Thank
needs
you.
to be on, yes.
Thank you. I'm not going to comment on the merits of this because Aspen Flywright does research, science, facts, and education, not electoral matters. But I do have two questions. My past experience has been that asking questions here or in the AAB is not very productive because you're not obliged to answer them. But I hope you will all feel it's wise and appropriate and helpful to answer these two. First, several commissioners mentioned that the citizen initiative they're reluctant to put on the ballot because it would be asking you to break the law. So I'd like to know specifically, please, what provision of what state and federal law would be broken if the citizen initiative were approved by the voters and went into effect.
We will answer those after public comment. I'm going to
Thank you.
Public comment. Thank you.
My second question goes to Commissioner Postman's point about confusion. Listening to the conversation just now, I think I heard 4 different descriptions of these two measures, none of which was correct. There were newspaper descriptions that the citizen initiative would flatly take away certain powers you have. As I read it, it says you can make the decisions specified only with approval of the vote of the people. That's different. I heard statements from several commissioners that this would be an up or down vote on doing particular things at the airport, like expanding the separation for bigger planes. I don't think either measure says that. And I wonder if anybody else feels as confused as I did. If I were a member of the public listening to your discussion, there are almost as many views of what you're approving as there are commissioners. And I'm not sure any of you have picked up on that. But if you go back and look at what you actually said on video, I think you'll find that none of your descriptions actually was fully accurate in describing either measure. Thank you.
Thanks, Amy.
Thank you, Amy. Okay, who would like to come up next? Oh.
Hello. It's actually sad to me that there are people
You
in
need
this...
to give your name for the record.
Alex Bruff.
Thank you.
It's actually sad to me that there are people in this valley that are so easily swayed and being blackmailed by the FAA. Based on analysis of the Pickens County's own financials regarding the costs of the airport improvements, it is my understanding that we were talking about a 6% of the total costs associated with the overall build out from the FAA. But perhaps just as important, it should be the county's responsibility to fight for federal funds and have conversations that represent the will of the county. In regards to the safety argument, there has been no evidence presented by the county or the FAA that I'm aware of that our airport isn't safe and that these changes in the ALP would address any identified deficiencies. The bottom line is that our airport is safe or it wouldn't be open. Make no mistake, this has nothing to do with commercial service and has everything to do with bigger private and charter jets coming into Aspen. SkyWest and United and all commercial airlines have more data on the air travel in our community than anyone, and they are investing in the E175s because they know that they are the right airplanes to service our regional airport. So far, I'm unaware of any of the commercial carriers weighing in on any topic of the runway expansion. I believe that is because it doesn't affect them or their future plans in servicing our area. I also keep hearing about better and cleaner planes. However, these are not the planes landing here now or in our immediate future. It's almost as if the board and people think that if we widen our runway, all private and charter proprietors and owners will all go out and buy these new planes tomorrow. The truth is that most of these planes landing now and in our near future are old and dirty and will remain so. But none of this actually matters all that much to me. As someone who has been in this community my entire life, this is a quality of life issue. I feel that Pickens County is writing checks that Eagle, Garfield, and Mesa County will have to cash. The quality of life and the accessibility for regular people to live in this valley will be drastically affected if we allow larger planes. In fact, even Sotheby's have sent out communications that the airport expansion launches home prices into another stratosphere. One thing that we know and have almost 150 years of evidence in this valley is that every time we introduce or improve upon modalities of transportation, it's followed by a period of rapid growth and development. This happened with the road, then Independence Pass, then the railroads, chairlifts, 4-lane highway, etc. It will happen again if we go with this current airport layout plan as it's written now. Among many concerns, I'm concerned that my friends, natives that were born here and raised here, and friends that have moved here and have been huge assets to this community will be further gentrified, unable to make a living wage, have the ability to eat out or enjoy entertainment, or raise their families here due to this town being cost prohibitive. I am concerned we are already loving our environment to death. Every time I enjoy the wilderness, I end up with a pocket full of trash from entitled tourists that don't know any better. I'm sick of our areas being closed to locals and only open to tourists that plan their weekends 6 months out. I'm concerned our ranches and our ranchers will be moved out and replaced by more communities that resemble Willits. I'm concerned that it's going to take hours to get in and out of town. I am concerned that this board is making decisions that have far greater ramifications than anything that the FAA or the federal government can throw at us. And mostly, as of today, I'm concerned that this board is more concerned with corporate and wealthy interests than the future and health of our Roaring Fork Valley. I'm concerned about the government overreach trying to subdue and subvert the will of their constituency. Make no mistake, this is not normal for a Board of County Commissioners to submit their own ballot measure that counters the citizen-led initiative. And I am concerned that this board and their decision to submit a counter ballot measure will divide and harm this community. I highly recommend that this board work with their constituency to find common sense solutions as opposed to working against it and its future. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, sir in the back, come.
Hi, my name's Tyler. I'm born and raised in Aspen. I haven't prepared anything, but I'm a pilot. For SkyWest was E-175. Anybody else? No? Okay. I emailed you guys, so you guys have seen some communication from me, but I've spent my entire life in certification of aircraft for the Boeing company. I'll tell you right now, the 737 doesn't have the performance to fly here. So I'm not for bigger planes here, but I'm gonna tell you that the airport updates are for, number one, safety and the future of the aircraft in the airport here for our longevity. I think that's mainly the main thing, but just to go over a little scenario as to the arguments that some of these folks make with our training as airline pilots. Every year we go through a training event called the V1 Cut. Has anybody heard of that? Okay, so you guys are all flying behind me. I'm in charge of the plane that you guys are on. Your lives are in my hands. We're in Aspen, snowy morning, going down the runway. Get up to speed about 80 knots, 100 knots, 100 miles an hour. Bang, my engine goes. Guess what happens? Especially on an E-175. I start going off the side of the runway. A wider runway buys me seconds to get that plane straight on the runway, rotate and get off the ground safely so you guys do not end up in the hospital or dead. So that wider runway is absolutely safer, especially with the E-175 flying in here. The E-175 has been in work with SkyWest for years. When I flew for SkyWest, we had the approach charts in our iPad 3 years ago. So this is a big, huge effort. The airplanes that are coming into Aspen, the 175s, they've got a performance upgrade, and they're going to, there's only gonna be a few of them, but they're gonna be weight restricted. The airplanes coming into Aspen are the commercial airplanes coming to Aspen are the most performance limited aircraft that fly in and out of that airport. So they're the ones that we are updating this runway for. I know that there's a lot of issues and talk about the private jets, but that cannot be the focus on this airport. It's the commercial service and the safety of these people behind me when I'm taking off with that plane. So I don't know if that's my 3 minutes, but hopefully I made the point clear that as an airline pilot, I've worked with the FAA. I've certified aircraft. I've tested hydrogen fuel cell aircraft, or hydrogen fuel cells on 737 aircraft. I've got a lot of experience in the environmental side of aircraft improvements, and the aircraft are getting cleaner, greener, and more powerful, but wings are part of that. You need that wingspan for the performance increase because engines are only getting, are pushed to their limits right now. So it's a big deal for supporting these future aircraft. The E-175 is 20 years old, and that next E-175 is going to have wider wings or whatever. It doesn't even have to be the 175. Any replacement for that's newer aircraft is going to have wider wings to meet performance and cleaner, quieter, greener. You know, I saw all these at Boeing testing our aircraft. So, and other airports around the world have the same environmental restrictions. Aspen is not the only one. So,
Thank you.
thank you very much, guys.
Thank you, Tyler. Dory. God, twice in one day.
How about it? My name is Tori, and I live in Aspen. I don't know where to start, really. I've known you guys as commissioners for a while, and this is a different side for me to see from you guys. You seem very confrontational, and that's just not normal. I'm not used to it. When it comes to the ballot question that you're suggesting, it seems that you're putting this ballot question on to fight against the citizen initiative, and it is to counteract that. So if I'm wrong, let me know, but you're saying that you're reaffirming your position, but it is directly targeted at the airport on this issue. And it's triggered by a citizen petition to put a ballot question on. So it seems to me like you are floating a question to negate the one avenue that citizens have to bring these issues forward. That's a surprise to me. I don't know all of you to be in that kind of position. If it's the airport now, what's the next issue that the county commissioners want to have total authority over and can disregard any citizen petitions? What's next? I don't think that's a really great place for you to be. It may not be your intention, but it does feel like it's been characterized by other speakers. You know, this group, as well as any other people that I talk to about the airport, are all trying to work on good solutions. You guys, each one of you has said over and over that you believe in 30% noise reduction, 30% more environmental, and you believe in growth control. So if you want to do this ballot question, maybe in the language of the ballot question, it should be that the county commissioners could disregard any other ballot initiatives and can make decisions about the airport if they are 30% quieter, if they're 30% more efficient, and if they adhere to the growth controls that you guys have been talking about, the common ground resolution and all that stuff. You know, I still believe that there is a solution here. I'm for terminal upgrades. I'm for even runway upgrades. And I don't even mind if they move it, but as one speaker pointed out, and as we've been shared, you can't regulate the planes that come in. But if you could say, hey, let's move this runway, and as this new class of quieter, more environmentally friendly, and airlines that capacities that match up with those stated goals that you guys have all ratified, then sure, those can come in. Great, let's do that. But the problem is that there's no assurances there. So while we'll build a new airport, we're going to get what we get. And while it's great to talk about these goals, if the actions that we're taking don't line up with making sure that the goals that you guys have accepted and the communities put forward, then what good are they? So I don't know. I don't think that your question is necessary. I also don't think that the opponents to larger planes are opponents for airport improvements. They're not. We need to continue working with the FAA. We need to, in all my experience, they have been a cooperative and wonderful component to our community. We already enjoy modifications to standards. And they've worked well for our community. Anyway, I just wanted to focus on the ballot question that you guys are talking about putting forward. To me, it really does seem like, I'm not going to use the term power grab, but it does seem like you're insulating yourself from a citizen initiative or petition for a question on the ballot, and that just doesn't feel right. These people are not here against you. They're trying to support you. And my support for this ballot question was exactly that, because I support what the goals that you guys have talked about repeatedly. Maybe the FAA is not listening, but maybe they will. Anyway, I would just think about this question very, very carefully before it goes forward.
Thank you, Tori. I really appreciate it.
Thanks,
Thank you.
Tori.
Thank you.
Let's go online, see if there's anyone online, and then we'll come back to the room. If anyone online wishes to provide public comment on the BoCC referred measure that we're discussing about the airport, please go ahead and raise your hand. Or hit *9 if you're on the phone and you need to raise your hand.
I'll speak if I may.
Come on up, Barry.
Barry Vaughn, good afternoon, eligible. Real briefly, I thought the semicolons are a good idea. I think there are two too many, maybe three too many. I'm going to send you an email about that. I'm not going to talk about that now.
I'll look for it.
Thank you. I think, yes, there is a power grab. This is my own personal opinion. I think there is a power grab going on here. And it's a power grab by a vocal minority who chose to live under the flight path. They and their fellow travelers, the money and the interests and the brains behind this, they decided to live under the flight path, and they don't like it. And what they're doing is they're willing to gamble with the prosperity and the safety of the entire valley, not just Aspen, not just Pitkin, but the entire valley, for their own, what I believe are their own selfish interests. And so I applaud you in putting this ballot measure on, deciding to put this measure on the ballot, because I empathize with and I see your realization that you need to work for the benefit of everybody in this county, not just the vocal few. So I applaud you in moving forward with this. Evan Marks wished that he could be here today. He had COVID, so he wasn't able to come. He asked me to read his remarks for you. I will do that quickly, if I may. I'll try not to go too fast, but I'll try to get it done quick. Evan Marks says, the passage of the CABP referendum without the contemporaneous passage of the proposed BoCC-sponsored referendum will likely cause a painful, self-inflicted wound on the Roaring Fork economy. Therefore, it's imperative that the BoCC approve the proposed ballot so it may nullify CABP's referendum if they are both approved for November. For your consideration, I offer the following unintended consequences as a downside analysis in the event only the CABP referendum is approved in November. Possible loss of commercial air service at ASC. People will say that's not true. Evan says we should expect at least a severe diminution in commercial passenger enplanements. Likely loss or major renegotiation of the FBO's lucrative $19 million minimum annual pending lease to Atlantic Aviation, which would have been used to directly or indirectly finance a new $200 million net zero certified LEED platinum commercial air terminal. Acute economic stress will likely be inflicted on local cultural institutions and events like the Aspen Ideas Festival, Aspen Snowmass Music Festival, Food and Wine Festival, Aspen Security Festival, all of which rely on ASE's existing commercial air passenger capacity to deliver their patrons. Acute economic stress will likely also be inflicted on Pitkin County's hotels, restaurants, retailers, etc., all of which are reliant on high-spending tourists arriving through ASE. Such economic distress may result in employee pay cuts, layoffs, and potential building closures. Likely further increases in property taxes will be necessary to fund the $100 million mandatory cost of replacing ASC's deteriorating runway without FAA funding. Possible closure of one of ASC's 4 ski mountains. Reduced residential and commercial real estate assessed values. Erosion of our local property tax base. May I have another 20 seconds? Thank you. That funds our infrastructure improvements, schools, etc. Diminished GDP for the entire Roaring Fork Valley. Many folks will tell you such an economic crevice is only a foot wide and can be easily traversed. This is wishful thinking. This economic crevasse is wider than they understand, and it's a mile deep. Thank you.
Thanks, Barry.
Thanks, Barry.
Auden, and then Jackie. Sorry. He had his hand up faster than you.
Okay, Auden again.
Wait, we've got conversation going
Yes,
on in the
yes.
audience.
Please take conversations outside.
Auden Schendler, Aspen 1. So we support the ballot language, and we do because we see it as an affirmation of democracy in the Valley. If you think about it, the Common Ground process and the entire process to get to the Common Ground recommendations, which are incorporated in the airport layout plan, were many years of public process. So if you pull in a community vote now and it gets voted down, the people who participated in the process in good faith, and there were hundreds of them, and were told that the process would be honored, had the rug pulled out from under them. The other point is, if you support that ballot initiative, then you vote down this language. So you have an option. So this seems entirely reasonable and entirely democratic. And we support the airport modernization and use of FAA money. And we do, I think, partly because we've really dug in on this issue and we've understood things that many of the commenters don't seem to understand. So here's an example. The E-175 is not a clean plane. It's not an advantage other than it's about the same size as the other planes. But if we are downgraded to an ADG-2 airport, which would happen if we didn't have FAA funds, the E-175 can't land here. So the airport actually becomes more privatized and more elite. That's not good. Another example is if you don't increase the airport width, you close off the opportunity to have more efficient planes on the commercial side and also on the private side. Yes, right now there are slightly bigger in terms of wingspan private planes, but not in terms of capacity. I'm going to close by saying that almost the concern I see in the community is based on the things we've all seen, on growth, on the fact that you can't hike trails anymore you can't park, it's crowded. You can't find housing, you can't house your employees. But that's a different issue from what we're seeing here. If we're trying to meet these really aggressive climate goals, we need modern airplanes. That's the essential piece. And in terms of growth, Aspen Skiing Company, Aspen 1 has said, our goal is not to grow, but you can't actually grow unless you have the bed base to grow into. And that's a toggle, that a switch that is controlled by the county and the city. So we support the language. If you don't like it, don't vote for it. And we support the modernization of the airport. Thanks for what you're doing.
Thanks, Auden.
Thanks, Auden.
Meg, please. Oh, sorry, Jackie and then Meg. Sorry, Meg. Is that okay? I had called on Jackie first. I want to be polite here.
Well, when I spoke before, of course, I was speaking out of turn. I apologize. I should have been making all my remarks at this point. But I'm coming up here almost not knowing what to say. I don't want to take 3 minutes not knowing what to say. But I think there were so many specific comments behind me and amongst you that basically made me wonder if yesterday, for instance, when you were reviewing your language, if you ever discussed what was politically wise. And I think I alluded to this, but, and sometime maybe Francie and all of you who think you have some fiscal responsibility to assert your sovereignty, I'd like to know how that fits with the people in this community that you are representing. You didn't just swear to office. You swore, I think, maybe not literally, to represent your constituents. And it's that piece that I haven't heard one of you say anything about, except to say, we are sovereign and we need to repeat ourselves. Now, I would really like to hear how you will factor in any vote of our airport, our vote, if that petition, however many votes it gets, how you are going to respond to that in lieu of your responsibilities. Because I haven't heard one thing said except that you feel you have to repeat yourselves about what you already have the responsibility for. You said it, many times. What this petition does is simply repeat what you know you already have. So I'm inviting you to think a little more about a possible public relations crisis that is not going to help me trust you more unless you address it.
Thank you.
How much more time have I got?
You have a minute.
I mean, there's so many specifics I could address. Evan Mark's comments, I think, are appalling in fear-mongering, and I know from firsthand that United executives will make anything work for them under any conditions because this is the most profitable per passenger mile, whatever it's called, flight route. So, yeah, Greg, I really feel like our airport, our vote is on the side of what's right. And I would prefer you speak to something besides fiscal responsibility as a representative. I guess that's it.
Thanks, Jackie.
Meg, please.
Good afternoon, late afternoon. A lot of time. I was vice chair of the Aspen Airport Vision Committee and am currently vice chair of the Airport Advisory Board, AAB, as you well know. The AAB voted to recommend that you, the BoCC, approve the amended airport layout plan, ALP.
Meg, the people in the room aren't going to be able to hear you because the microphone doesn't project your voice.
How's that?
You have to turn a little bit sideways and speak up a little, otherwise the people behind you won't hear you.
Okay,
Sorry
is
to
that
interrupt,
better?
Yes.
Just yell at us.
Okay. So, the AAB did recommend that you approve the ALP, which you did, and we appreciate you doing that. However, I am speaking to you today not representing the Airport Advisory Board, but solely as a private citizen and a member of the newly formed Community Coalition for a 21st Century Airport. This is an organization of citizens hoping to promote the advancement of the airport layout plan and to increase community education on the airport visioning process of Common Ground recommendations, which you codified by resolution in 2020, as you well know. After too many years, probably more than a decade, I think it is now time to address the much-needed airport upgrades. As our elected officials, I respect and truly commend you for making the decision now to, in 2024, adopt another resolution to submit a question on the November ballot to approve and implement a physical ALP layout and attendant regulatory plan for the airport that meets local and federal regulations and requirements. Our community and airport must partner with the FAA and seize the opportunity to create a 21st century airport that will have a world-class green terminal, an airport that does reflect the common ground values of our community, an airport that is safe and fiscally sound and achieves aggressive emissions and noise reduction goals, and an airport with integrated mass transit connectivity reduction to dramatically reduce airport-related vehicle trips. Speculation and misinformation are no longer justified. Your proposed November 5 ballot submission will be a simple question for the community to allow you to make the airport's direly needed major airfield and terminal upgrades and to repair its outdated and infrastructure repairs. Also, it will allow you to ensure a wider separation of planes during taxi takeoff and landing that complies with the expected FAA standards. And if passed, the ballot question will allow you, our elected and respected Board of County Commissioners, to continue to act financially responsible by securing federal funding and grants, plus take advantage of the $5 billion grant money that really is available. Our community needs to welcome the cleanest, quietest aircraft possible, to allow modern, fuel-efficient planes to use the airport and to reduce flight's noise, and to set a global standard for sustainability and emission reduction. Thank you, Francie, Greg, Kelly, Patty, and Steve, for your resolve to give our community the opportunity to vote in November to confirm and support your dedicated work to truly make the Aspen-Pitkin County our airport for the 21st century. Thank you for all the time that you've devoted to this.
Thanks, Meg.
Thanks, Meg. Okay, we'll go to Valerie Braun online. Hi, Valerie, go ahead.
Yeah, can you hear me?
Not well.
Okay, let me try. Is that better?
That is better.
Okay, there you go. I'm a member of the Aspen Airport Advisory Board, but today I'm speaking on behalf of myself. I am shocked that the Pitkin County Commissioners are moving to preempt a change to the Home Rule Charter that was democratically initiated by the people of Pitkin County. It is antithetical to the whole reason the Home Rule Charter was voted into being. The proponents of that time wanted the people of Pitkin County to have as potent a voice in the governance of their county as possible. Expanding the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport to accommodate much larger aircraft is absolutely a quality of life issue, and the voices of Pitkin County must be and rightfully should be heard. In many ways, this is not unexpected. There is a national disgrace that a candidate for president will be chosen by a few without the voice of voters allowed to participate. It is unfortunate that Pitkin County government is following that model. This is a dangerous erosion of our democracy. For myself, although I no longer live in Pitkin County, but I did live there for nearly 50 years, I believe I represent the majority concerns about the expansion of the runway, taxiway, and separation space. Most in the community agree a major upgrade of facilities at the Aspen Airport are appropriate and necessary. This is not a vote against those improvements. It's a vote against much larger aircraft that will change everything, including increasing the number of stop and drops due to even more limited transient jet parking. Mr. Tomsich is correct about one thing. The E-175 is the perfect jet for Aspen. The airlines have an aircraft that can operate at Aspen with its current configuration to slowly replace our current CRJ-700s. There is not the demand for a bigger commercial aircraft. We never exceed 75% seat capacity with the CRJs. We will be building a bigger airport purely for the use of non-airline general aviation jets. Please reconsider putting a question on the ballot that will immediately negate a positive vote on the Home Rule Charter change. Please let the voice of the people guide your future decisions. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Valerie.
Thank you. Chuck.
Chuck Butler, Snowmass Village. I got involved in this process. I think my first conversation around this, outside of just reading the newspaper, was about 14, 15 months ago. And one of the things that became very clear was that the people wanted a seat at the table. They wanted to be part of the conversation, and that's why I got involved. A lot of my peers, and peers, not peers, doesn't matter. A lot of members of this community, they're not here today for various reasons. They don't come forward publicly because they're scared of their employers being reactive, or their clients or whatever it might be. And I think that says a lot about where we're at. Our airport, our vote, we've reached out to this commission a number of times over the past few months to work together, and we remain open to doing that. With that in mind, I mean, you know how to reach me, so that's not a problem, or at least Richard does. That said, I received more phone calls over the last 48 hours about this, your measure, than anything throughout this whole process. And I've constructed a number of thoughts that represent our supporters. So over 1,200 citizens signed a petition asking for a vote on the runway. In doing so, they asked to limit the county's power and that any change to the location or size of the runway be subject to voter approval. The general opinion is that the county ballot measure feels like a blank check, that the county wants no limitation to its power. This could mean that the airport layout plan can change again and again without asking for voter approval and denying a right to a vote in the future. If granted the power, then the county could do as it pleases. A huge concern is this issue is no longer about a public vote on the runway. The real issue at hand is whether or not the county can make these decisions without the voters. Who should have the ultimate power? Should it be the county staff and airport management, big businesses, the manufacturers of private jets, or the citizens of this county? That is the choice. This is about transparency and decision making. The question now before voters is, does Pitkin County have unilateral power, or is the county's power subject to voter approval as allowed by the Home Rule Charter? Do voters have the right to weigh in about the future impacts to their communities and families? The proposed measure by the county is reactionary and underhanded, a last-ditch effort to subvert the will of the voters. And the irony here is that the BoCC is asking voters to stifle their own voice. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. Did you already have your time on this? I can't remember if Ellen already had. Yes, you come on up. Come on up.
They seem like it.
Yeah. It's getting to that time of the day, you know.
Groundhog Day. But Ellen Anderson, Aspen Village. I hardly know where to start, and I wanted to come last because so many people have said in a more articulate way than I could some of my thoughts. Basically, I just want to simplify. I feel, I've lived here a long time, and this is the first time I can recall when it's been county commissioners versus the people. And that's the way I feel. You're trying to do an end run around the people who elected you. And that's the first time I felt that way. We've had, the county against the FAA, the county against the EPA, but never us versus them. And that saddens me a great deal. I want to just make something really simple. I was deeply offended by the suggestion that my stance on the what's going to happen with the airport is for my selfish interests. Anybody who knows me knows I was a public servant for 30 years, and that I have a long history of public service, unpaid public service, and I continue with that. My interest in the airport really boils down to health and safety. The health of, yes, me, my home, my grandchildren, my neighborhood, Woody Creek, the North 40, Truscott, Burlingame, everybody who works at the airport, everybody who eats at the home team, and so forth. And the reason I'm saying that is because the health studies have not been done. One of the common grounds statements was reduce pollution by 30%. But no one's talking about the ground pollutants. They're talking about the greenhouse pollutants, which are important. I am talking about the stuff the kids are breathing at Powder Pandas that has not been studied in any reasonable way except by Aspen Flyright. And that was citizen science, and we got to the conclusion was we did enough to know that there's grave cause for concern, and it needs to be done right by somebody impartial who knows what they're doing. I've been asking the county to measure ground pollutants since 2017, and you just haven't done it. Still haven't done it. And there is no time to get that done before a decision will be made. There's no time because it has to be a longitudinal study. So you don't know what the situation is. And our information is, it's looking bad. We don't know how bad or how good, but it needs to be studied, and you haven't done it. I used to characterize it as willful ignorance. Now I think it's more aggressive ignorance. You don't know what it is, so how can you know when you've improved it by 30%? So I don't see how you can move forward before you know how allowing larger, more powerful planes, which will, because they're bigger, they have to have more thrust, and therefore there'll be, the implications of what's coming out in the exhaust is entirely different. You don't know what those implications are, and you must know in order to fulfill one of the common grounds, reduce 30%. You need to know what it is now before you know if it's 30% ground pollutants as opposed to greenhouse pollutants. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks, Ellen.
Okay, we have a hand raised online from Greg Goldfarb.
Let's see. I don't think video is on, but that's fine.
We can hear you perfectly.
Okay, great. I'll keep this really short. I know we're at the end of time here. I was really surprised to hear a lot of people characterize what the commissioners are seeking to do here as an end run. There's an implication by the opponents of the commissioner's plan, including Aspen's mayor, that somehow this is anti-democratic. And secondly, comments like Chuck Butler made and Tory made sort of imply that you're acting against the will of the people. And I think it's just really important to clarify that the will of the people has not been decided yet. There's been an initiative proposed by the Citizens Against Bigger Planes or their ballot committee, and that goes on the ballot in November. And the commissioners have put an initiative on the ballot for November that gives the citizens the power to support the modernization plan. I think it's a really weird characterization where there is this implication that the commission is behaving in an anti-democratic way by offering the voters the opportunity to support the county's plan to move forward. These are two democratic initiatives on the ballot. The majority has not ruled yet on either initiative. And so the implications by Aspen's mayor and by people like Chuck Butler that this is somehow thwarting the will of the people operates from just really a unidimensional view that the vote will go a certain way. And I really think the commission has been wise in giving people the opportunity to approve the plan in conjunction with a second ballot initiative, because this is when the community's focused on this problem. Are we going to come back 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months down the road when everybody's put this thing to bed and revisit it again through a future vote? So I think this is a fully democratic exercise. I thank the commission for doing it. It is a thankless task, and I think all the characterizations today that besmirch your work completely off base and unfair. The majority hasn't ruled yet.
Thank you, Greg.
Thanks, Greg.
Is there anyone else in the room or online? I only see like 2 people left in the room who have not come up yet. Or online who wish to provide us. Chris Nolan. Okay. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. Chris Nolan, Bush Creek Village. I was just doing some research about this while listening in. My dad at one point in his life was an aerospace engineer. Some articles came up about how airplane pilots are seeking to encourage us to make the airport more safe. It's one of the most dangerous airports in the world. I had just seen an article before that ranked it, I believe, 12th out of about 10,000 airports in the world as far as the most dangerous airports in the world. Over 4 decades or so, there was more than 40 airplane crashes there. So an average of 1+ per year over 4 decades, airplanes crashing there, which probably has a lot to do with just how small it is and all the other factors. It's a very difficult airport to fly in and out of. I understand the pilots have to have a specific training to be able to fly in and out of there. And so I think that maybe thinking about it in that context, trying to align what are we doing here? Are we trying to give some kind of benefit to the big airline companies so they can fly bigger planes in and out and bring more people in and out all the time? That might be one aspect of it, and balancing the scales between that against the local people want to fly in and out of where they live without driving 3 or 4 hours to Denver International Airport, wherever they're going to go, and probably want to be on a plane that's going to be able to take off and land safely over there. So I think that we can kind of make this sort of appease all interests involved. Maybe if we kind of think about it that way. I mean, I've probably in Bush Creek Village. I don't fly in and out of Aspen. I'm actually picking someone up at Denver Airport this weekend. A really famous music artist from Asia is coming up to play on Saturday up there, and so I'm going to drive him up there. I'm going to spend like 8 hours in the car to get him up there. But I don't know. I think that making it safer to fly in and out of there, I think maybe will make this make sense to more people. So that's all I wanted to say.
Thank you, Chris. Okay, if there's anyone else online, please, now is your time to raise your hand. Anyone else in the room who wishes to come up? All right, going. I'm going to close the public comment on this and bring it back, and I will again note that there will be future opportunity should we move this forward for there to be public comment. Patty?
Yeah, I'm just going to reiterate again for clarity. The county is putting on a ballot measure is not to negate the citizens' petition initiative. It's in response to it, because the citizens' initiative very clearly says the county commissioner authorized without voter authorization. So the citizens' initiative is asking for a vote on the improvements and modernization of the airport, and that is what the county is doing. That was why the county brought this up to talk about, to try and create language that doesn't say 60% or 0.0% or any of those. It just tried to make the language simple by saying, you know, reduces noise and carbon pollution, decreases vehicle traffic, improves safety, meets federal and local requirements, yada, yada, yada in our ballot language, trying to just bring those points out without rambling on and further confusing the issue. Just to point out the points that the commission, the committee, the vision committee, and the Common Grounds recommendations focused on. That's what we were putting into the language in the ballot question. There's just, again, there's a lot of confusion. And the Home Rule Charter, which was voted in by the people in the 70s, allowed the Board of Commissioners the authority and the duties to manage the county. It didn't say that the public should vote on every decision the BoCC makes. And if the people, that was part of the voter language that the voters approved when they approved the Home Rule Charter. So now that there's an issue before us that is controversial and confusing, and it's been going on for a long time, there's a sector in the community that thinks it's a power grab or whatever from the Board of County Commissioners who wants unbridled authority to make outrageous decisions at the airport without having brought the community members into the discussion, which we did before we moved on where we are today. And we are just following what the community members that worked so hard on asked the BoCC to do and to support. And that's part of this language and part of putting this language to the voters to approve, to authorize the BoCC to move forward with this. And it's in response to the question being asked of the voters by the Citizens Initiative to ask for a vote. And that's what we're doing. And I have to make one other thing. My children were born and raised here. My children still live in this valley. They have worked hard to stay in the valley. My grandchildren live here. My children's father and mother and grandmother were born in this community. So, you know, I'm invested in this issue for the future of the children and the grandchildren and the members of this community currently, and of the survival of this community, both in health and safety and economy. We have to look at the whole picture if we're going to move forward with anything. And I think we all do that with housing, with anything this board does. Clean air, clean water, open space and trails, all of those things. Mass transit, we look forward to preserving the community values within the whole valley-wide jet. So, thank you. Valley-wide watershed, I should have said.
Okay, so, I mean, I will make some statements, but we as a board need to decide if we want to move this forward in its current structure to a second reading and additional public hearing on the 28th in response to what we've heard. I'm probably going to ramble here because I don't have very clearly articulated thoughts on all this. But what I will say is I believe there are two very distinct and yet related things at hand. There are questions here about our authority as your elected people. There are questions here about a specific project. Now, you know, I've always said nobody wins a gold star by working on the airport and making policy decisions about the airport. There have never been clear win-win paths here. And, you know, us at this board, among staff, handfuls of people in the community have spent the hours poring over all of the documentation, have pored over all of the studies, have tried to decipher all of the options at hand for us. And I have come to find it to be an environment within which the information is imperfect and the authorities are not complete. Where we have some authority, where the federal government has some authority, and where we are not aligned on the vision for how that authority gets applied. Nor do we have all the information at our fingertips to make clear decisions that do not set us up for potential unforeseen consequences. And that's a really difficult mix to make policy decisions in. And yet that is where we have had to make decisions about the airport. And so I've never rendered it to be the type of thing that I thought made sense to go to an up or down vote for myself at the votes I've made at this table or for the voters of Pitkin County. Now, I'm always willing to be proven wrong, and I'm always been willing to be told I'm wrong, because that's part of what I signed up for when I ran to represent you all. And so, you know, that's why I expressed my total support in having the citizen initiated petition get on the ballot to figure out what that says. But I do have reservations about what that means for our community. Now, that question also seeks to get at an answer related to a project, but that project is not laid out in the citizen petition. And so the project is what I had hoped our question would endeavor to ask the people. So in some ways, it is an assumption that the community would say, yeah, we do think, we disagree with you, Kelly. We do think this merits an up or down vote. Okay, I'm willing to be wrong here. This is my role. So assuming that was, yep, we do think this merits an up or down vote, that's what our question, I thought, was seeking to do. Is that up or down vote? Do you like the plan or you don't like the plan? And, you know, I've been really torn in all of these conversations and all my own thinking about this over the last many, many months on, on how to do this here, on whether, God bless him, John Ely, who I miss terribly and who's gone too long from our lives, told us 2 years ago we should put a question to the voters. I am sure he saw 20 steps ahead in all this, and I wish we had his guidance on it now. You know, so here we are considering today whether we put the project to the vote. Okay, now if we need to separate out putting the project to the vote from putting our authorities to a vote, you know, maybe that's something that we discuss. But, you know, I've always wondered if the path is, you know, if you want the future airport as laid out in the ALP to go forward, then you vote no on the citizen-initiated petition. That's the campaign to run. That's clear. That's not ambiguous. That's not confusing to people. You know, but I think I also recognize that this community has a say, wants to have a say, wants to put it to the ballot whether they should have a say. So that's what we're trying to do, is figure out, this is your say. So I'm struggling with trying to understand, you know, is there a way to do this better? Or is just this not the question, but the question is the right path? You know, because if the citizen-initiated question passes, you know, I heard from people who signed the petition, even though they don't, they want the new airport. They said, yeah, sure, we think you're right. Maybe it should go to a vote, but I still want the airport to get redone, right? So I think that, I'm sort of coming at this from the basis of, all right, let's just assume that the voters want to vote on it, and this is the vote on it, you know. And I'm deeply conflicted that people are telling me I'm trying to have a power grab. Democracy to me is the foundation of why I am here. You know, I have a whole narrative in my life of how I got here to try to represent people and the importance of democracy, and I will fight to the end for it. And, you know, so I'm trying to get to a point, this isn't a power grab. If this is what the people want and the project is what we want to vote on, then, you know, then fine. You know, then that's when it comes out of how divided our community is over this airport. You know, this is a divided community, and that's sad for me, honestly. I feel like I worked through on a lot of policy issues that have a lot of contention to them. And my goal in all of it is, did we build community in the end? not did I win or did my policy cross the line? Did our community get stronger here because of that? And I'm not feeling that right now. We got months here ahead of us, but I'm not feeling that right now. And I hope that I'm wrong come November, morning of November 6th. That in the end, our community is stronger for it here. I've sat at this board, and many of you know, I've been on the losing end of these airports votes. I've tried to thread a different needle that was not the majority. But yet, we're going to work forward, and I want to work forward, and I want us to come out stronger as a community with all this. So, I'm a little torn here on trying to figure out what the path forward is. 2 readings may not be enough on this one. I'll just foreshadow for the board. If we need to separate out the questions about our authority from the questions on the project, then maybe that's how we clean this up a little bit. But I guess I'm just sort of wondering, what was the next step? If the citizen petition passes, which it very well could, the next step is to have a question, right? Is to vote on the project, right? That's so, if we can do that now, let's do that now. I don't know why we're being told to sort of shelve this, or that this is a affront to democracy, because that's so disconnected for what I want to get done here. So that's sort of my opening preamble here, I guess, to try and figure out how we move forward on all this, because I see some heads nodding, and I'm like, let's do the right thing by everybody. Let's come out as a stronger community in the end, if we can.
So I have a question, and I don't know who can answer, though, is the connection between the project and our authority are kind of interconnected. So I think that's a different discussion, and separating the questions out now might not be possible. I don't know, but confusing more to the public. I think you're right on the mark about this. It's democracy, the right to vote, but I think there's a nexus between the voting on the project and the Board of Commissioners' authority to move forward, because that kind of got brought up in their question. So their question asked for the vote, but also to take our authority away. And so there's kind of that connection there, and so maybe ours needs to be interconnected here. So, but it is tough, and I want to just really quick, before I know Steve had his hand up, just to apologize if I came off aggressive but to be accused of things and lacking trust after all the time and effort we put in on this issue was kind of a tough one, and I apologize, but it was a hard one to get hit with.
Thanks, Patty. I'm going to go to Steve and then Greg.
Okay, thanks, Patty. I am fully in favor of moving ours forward to the second reading at this point. Over time, I have received way more comments from the public supporting the improvements at the airport that are envisioned in the airport layout plan than I have received comments of people opposed to making the improvements at the airport. So those who are saying that the silent majority is not in favor of improvements at the airport, I've not seen that. I've seen it the other way, that the vast majority of people are in favor of improvements at the airport. I'd like to clear up a couple of misconceptions that I've heard different people say today from a variety of comments. One has to do with, and I know several people who are opposed to bringing in bigger airplanes are totally in favor of us building a brand new terminal and improving our commercial air service at the airport. We've been told in no uncertain terms by the FAA that unless the separation is increased between the runway and the taxiway, they will not approve any other projects at Pickens County Airport. There will be no new terminal any of the stuff that we are wanting to do, we won't be able to do without FAA approval. And the only way we can get that approval is by moving the runway to 80 feet to the west and making it wider to fully comply with FAA Design Group 3 airport. I want to take the FAA's word on that. I believe what they are saying. If we want a new terminal, we have to move the runway over. Moving the runway over makes our moving it over and widening it is a huge component of that, as was described by, the little something goes wrong when you're going down the runway at 100 miles an hour. You don't have a lot of leeway. Adding 50 feet on either side of the runway of pavement, it gives you a lot more leeway in terms of being able to take off and land safely. Imagine being on a highway with no shoulders. If your tire drops off the edge, you can roll off the bank and be in a very serious accident. If you had several feet of paved shoulder, you can drift out of your lane a little bit off the road. You're not going to have that kind of accident. Same analogy in terms of airplanes on the runway. Another misconception or misinformation that we keep hearing is about the Embraer 175. The Embraer 175 is that it currently exists, and it's true, it is an older airplane. It is not as good of an airplane as the CRJ 700 to land here. It has more restrictions on performance, which is going to restrict the number of people that can be on them, probably especially during hot weather. It's noisier, it's more polluting than the CRJ 700. However, the 175-2, which is the next generation Embraer 175, happens to have a wingspan of 103 feet, which is wider than is allowed at our current runway. That is what I would see as the most likely airplane that we would like to see landing at our airport. It will carry about the same number of passengers. It burns, it has a longer wingspan, which makes it fly more efficiently. Probably would burn about a third less fuel. The engines that would power it are more powerful, but they are actually quieter. That's a new generation of regional jet aircraft that would help us achieve our goals of being quieter, more fuel efficient, less polluting than what we have now. The way we can achieve all these goals that people want is by moving forward, doing the airport improvements that we are asking people to approve on our ballot initiative. And I will be a strong advocate for moving forward, not moving backwards to a nostalgic day when you could fly Rocky Mountain Airways on a little plane over to Denver. Those days are gone. It's sort of wishful thinking that they would come back, but so I'll leave my comments at that for now, but I do want to move this forward to the second reading on August 28th. Thank you.
Thank you, Steve. Greg, go ahead.
Yeah, Steve, was that a motion or are you just still in conversation?
No, we haven't heard from all the commissioners yet, so I'm waiting.
Okay.
I'm waiting
All right.
for that.
Fair enough. Fair enough. I really appreciate everything you said. There's so much I'd like to respond to. There's so many things I want to say. I agree with what Kelly has said, and I agree with what Steve has said. I think the most democratic thing we could do is give our public the opportunity to vote. And we're unfortunately giving them the opportunity to vote twice by some people's view. But on the other hand, this is an opportunity to refine and be precise about what the community wants. And what I've heard tonight are a lot of assumptions, a lot of assumptions by people that they are in the majority, and how could we be ignoring them when in fact we don't know. We're not going to know until we have a public vote. We have assertions that only unbiased opinions have been put forth by Aspen Fly Wright and others. And I would contest that. I don't think this is science. I think this is politics. And a lot of the information put forth has been narrow, if not just flat out biased, in my opinion and from my observation. So I think that what we all need to do, and I'm willing to do it as well, is question my assumptions. And I'm going to ask Jackie Merrill to question her assumptions, and Valerie Braun to question hers, and virtually everyone else about the assertions they're making about the size of the number of people that are behind their initiative. They could be right, but they may not be. And the only way we're going to find out is by having this vote. And we're going to do our best to inform people. We're going to do our best to be transparent. I'm disturbed because the people that are coming to us with these initiatives have not divulged who's paying them, who's paying Amory's, salary on this, and who's paying Chuck's. I really love that. Pardon me. So, I'm sorry. Should I stop, Kelly? What am I doing?
I'm gonna regain control of the room. Greg is
Okay,
entitled
all right,
to
I'll
ask
finish up here. I'll finish up here.
rhetorical
and just say-
questions during his commissioner comments, please. Thank you.
I can ask rhetorical questions, but I do want people to question their assumptions. But I'd also really like to see the advocates of these measures publish and who've contributed. And I want them to understand that we actually know who some of these people are. So I'm just wondering if they would be willing to step forward and talk about who's paying for this. That's important to me. At the end of the day, it won't matter so much as a public vote, and I'm looking forward to that. I would support putting this forward. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I do have two questions of clarification for Rye. Francie, would you like to give any comments
No,
before
go
I
ahead.
do that?
Those
Okay.
Amory's questions.
Yeah, I noted two questions that came up. Amory asked for the provision of state law that vests authority in the BoCC relative to the airport. I hope I'm paraphrasing that correctly.
Sure, I think there's the more general statement of county powers over property they own, and that is the power to have administrative and executive authority over the decisions related to those, as well as legislative authority from a policy perspective over county properties as a whole. But there is a provision, and again, I don't know exactly what the reference is to, but the CRS 414101 does vest operation of airports as a government function with the county itself.
He
So-
can't hear you.
Oh, I'm sorry. It's CRS 414101. So,
Read it aloud what it does.
yes, it's on. So,
state and federal.
oh, I don't have any citation to federal law for you right now. Sorry, but I'm happy to follow up with you another time.
Thank you. And then I think this is a good time. Jackie Merrill raised the question relative to, I think, how these questions interact. So like if you have a yes vote on one and then a yes vote on another, or a no vote on one and a no vote on another, how does that affect how the home rule charter gets amended?
Sure. So if both provisions receive enough votes to amend the home rule charter, both provisions will be added to the home rule charter.
Okay. And they're not
Is that-
found to
is
be
that too
in
simple?
But they fly in conflict with
Explain
each
to
other.
how they may be in conflict to each other.
If they both amend the home rule, if they both get, to be very simple, and perhaps it is a laughing matter, if both questions receive enough votes to amend the home rule charter will be amended as set forth in each of the texts that are in these resolutions. So that's simple, in my mind. Now, one of the provisions does directly respond to the other one with respect to the authority to expand or relocate the runway. So if that provision, the one the BoCC is referring to the voters, passes, then my opinion is that will answer the question of the first, which is whether the citizens have authorized the expansion or relocation of the runway. I don't know how to put it more clearly than that, and I'm sorry if that causes people confusion. I think it's pretty straightforward, honestly. So.
Okay.
I have
Further.
one more comment before I think we need to think about where we're going tonight. And that is, the question has come up over and over and over again on all sides of this issue, is can we find a way to cooperate with FAA, to keep talking with them, to see if there's any, and you know, I fought with federal law many years ago, and people thought we won at Smuggler. EPA and Superfund never went away. They're still there. We still follow some of their rules and regulations. And we sat on, the people who were not supporting what Superfund was going to do, sat on that side of the table, and all the commissioners had a different opinion than we did. So I know what it's like to be on both sides of this table. So I know what it's like to try and listen to both sides of this table. So I think the board is willing, I'm hoping, I know that Francie and I went to Washington already, met with the FAA, to continue those conversations. We need to be partners with the FAA. We need to see what we might be able to do to allow us, and I don't know if it's even possible, but it never hurts to ask, and ask again and again and again and again to see if there's not some flexibility we might have with certain aspects that are specific to small mountain region airports with topographic and, you know, size of your airport runway, et cetera, issues, and especially with communities who are as committed to climate action and clean air, clean water, clean environment as our community is. So I am willing and hoping in the future that this board and this community will continue to try and keep FAA on their toes with what we're doing here and what we might be able to do in the future.
All right, I'm ready.
Francie, thank you.
I'd like to make a motion, but before I do, I would just like to say that, and I've said this before at this table, that I find it really sad that we devolve into personal accusations when we disagree on issues. You know, being impugned for taking a position on how I can help the county definitely deprives me of the pleasure that I should be taking in this job. I don't need to be impugned. I don't need pejoratives thrown at me for the work that I do with the best interests of my citizens at heart. I bring my whole being into this job, as Kelly does, as she talked about. And to think that I would get any power out of this, what power? What am I going to get out of this? There's no power in trying to help the citizens of this county make the right decisions. So I just want to say that nationally and in this room, I really think we should take personal invectives and accusations out of our conversations. It doesn't help us get to a scientific or democratic decision. It reduces who we are as people. So I would like to see us be kinder and gentler, as George Bush, a Republican, said, and I hope that we can do that. That said, I'd like to make a motion. Are you ready for a motion, Kelly?
I am. We can have further discussion after the motion.
I'd like to make a motion to approve the resolution of the Board of County Commissioners submitting an amendment to the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter to the registered electors of Pitkin County at an election to be held on November 5th, 2024. Am I reading the right thing? Which amends Article 2 of the Home Rule Charter to authorize and empower the Board of County Commissioners to approve and implement a physical layout and attendant regulatory plan for the Aspen-Pitkin County Airport, including the location and extent of runways that meets local and federal regulations and requirements, notwithstanding any provision to the contrary in the Pitkin County Home Rule Charter.
I'm going to second that, but can I add to it the same things we added to the last question?
Yes.
Which was to continue the discussion about the language accordance with provisions so that it coincides with the language of the Citizens Initiative question, so we're consistent. And also to continue to look at in the resolution, the issue of how we can publish information as far as the text of the Home Rule Charter amendments.
The only clarification I've gotten on that latter point from while Ingrid's been working is that that information cannot be included in the official Tabor notice, but we may be able to publish a separate.
Right. I think we just need, I want that to continue to be pursued because I think it's important to get out to the voters all of that information. And so I want it to be consistent with what we just said in the resolution and in the language of the previous item on our agenda. So is that amendment acceptable, Francie?
Yes.
Thank you.
Further discussion, Greg?
Yeah, I just want to thank Patty for bringing that up. Obviously, clarity, transparency are things that we require and we're going to strive for. As these confusing issues are put before the public, and so I will advocate to make it as clear as possible, whether it's an additional mailer, advertisements, whatever it's going to take, so the public is as best informed as they can be moving forward for this vote. Thank you.
Okay.
I want to thank the public for bearing with us all afternoon. Thank you.
Yes, thank you. And I will say, I feel like a lot has been brought up to think through and think about today. I'm going to support moving this to second reading and ultimately a question on the ballot where I need to sleep on a little bit more is whether we should just be more distinct and let the petitioner's question be a question about authority and our question be a question about the project. So that's where my head is spinning right now. So y'all know. Okay, any further discussion? There will be opportunities on the second reading for public comment again.
Come back and join us.
Looking forward to it.
Okay, all in favor, and you get to chair that one, Greg. All right.
Oh, joy. Oh, joy.
Okay, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Okay, thank you all very much.
Thank you. We have, I think, 2 letters, yeah?
I appreciate each and every one of you. Thank you.
Thanks. Thanks, guys.
We have a few items for open discussion. I imagine some of you want to chat among yourselves. I would ask you to do it in the hallway, please. We have, let's see, I'll look to Rich. I know on my list is a letter to CDOT and a letter request from CC4CA. And then I want to bring up a little discussion about the special session at the legislature.
I'm comfortable with both letters, so.
That's all I had to, was just
That's all
to
you- nothing
get your
additional?
confirmation
Okay.
that you're all good with both of these.
So
and
in
we'll move
response to
forward.
the 2 items that came up yesterday, one was a CDOT letter about a Lazy Glen merge lane, acceleration lane.
Thank you, commissioners.
Thanks,
you.
Tori.
Thanks for hanging in there. Are we all, did Greg and Steve have a chance to see it? You're good?
Yes, thumbs up. Brian was just waiting for our approval to send that letter, then we'll get it signed and sent into CDOT. Same with the CC4CA, I would approve that too.
All right, Steve.
So in the Lazy Glen letter, in the second paragraph, it uses an improper word. The word site, S-I-G-H-T, should be site, S-I-T-E, in the second paragraph of the letter.
Got it, okay.
Other than that,
Oh, yeah.
I
catch.
approve it, and the CC4CA one also.
Thank you.
Kelly, I had one other short item.
Yeah, just, we're good on this CC4CA letter?
I'm
Does
good.
everyone know?
However we have to
Okay,
sign it, let me
signing
know.
on to that. Okay, thanks, Greg. And Greg, you can bring up your item and then I'll just bring up mine quickly. Go ahead.
Mine was just that the amount of trash on Highway 82, CDOT came up and was able to sweep the up Valley Lane through Shale Bluffs, but I think their sweeper broke and they haven't been back. And people are noticing and contacting me about the down Valley Lane through Shale Bluffs, which is actually really embarrassingly trashed. Additionally, I was contacted by a resident down by Twining Flats who used to clean up their section of the highway, but now they're afraid to, just because the speeds are so high. And we do have a monthly cleanup contractor coming through, but that might not be often enough. And so I think we kind of need to ask Public Works and Brian and others to look into it to see if perhaps we need to arrange for cleanup more frequently, because the highway is, we all deserve better. And it's important to, I think, everybody that we don't have a really trashed entrance to Aspen, and it's not up to standard right now. So just wanted to bring that all to you. Perhaps we can look more into it and see what possibilities exist for more frequent cleanup. Thanks.
Okay. Are members of the board okay with Greg's request to ask?
Yeah, I think Rich has got it. He'll talk to Brian. Yeah.
I got it. I'll take
Okay,
that on,
and then
Greg.
I
Thank
just
you.
wanted to bring up, I've mentioned to you all the property tax landscape is shifting, and the policies around that are unclear. And there has been discussion about whether Initiative 50 and Proposition 108 are going to be placed on the ballot. And as you might remember, Initiative 50 caps property value growth that assessors can consider, and Prop 108 considers revenue growth. Both of these are anticipated to very much hamstring state, local, and school budgets, and neither are polling great either in terms of them passing. So there has been a discussion at the governor's office about bringing in the proponents of those two, government restriction initiators about having
The top-down
to take them to have those taken off the ballot in exchange for additional property tax relief that the legislature would negotiate. We have not had a chance to really understand what these all mean or to dive into how they would affect Pickens County. I think our revenue restrictions that are in place would render it a little inert for us, but would affect our special districts and school districts much more intensively. So I just wanted to bring that to your attention. It's likely that there could be a special session the last week of this month where the legislature may come up with an additional negotiated bill for addressing property taxes, and it's just sort of a mess, just so you all know.
Can you imagine that?
Yep. We thought we negotiated this in May, and here we are. Clearly it didn't result in pulling those off the ballot in the way that we thought they would, and now we're back at the table, and who knows if they will result in pulling them off the ballot. But I do think we need to pay attention to this.
So if they
as a
have
county.
a limit on assessments,
On value growth.
yeah, well, they can't really have a limit on what
Value,
properties sell for.
right.
I mean,
Right.
this is America, after all. So, but we as a county would then only be able to assess at a significantly lower level than the rate at which our real estate is actually growing. So there'll be transactions that really high numbers for which the county will not be able to collect any taxes on.
So right now, we have no limit on the assessed value, but we have a limit on how big our budget can grow. And so it results in a lowering of the actual mill levy applied to
Right,
that assessed
right.
value that we collect.
Yeah.
So it's sort of doing both of those things at once for local budgets.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had. If there's any additional items,
Tori,
right?
can I bring one thing up?
Yes.
I have the opportunity to go to Healthy Rivers and Streams board meeting tomorrow.
Oh, great.
And in speaking with Elisa McDonald, my understanding is that the Healthy Rivers and Streams board would like the opportunity to provide some input on the planning process, or at least the initial phase of consideration of a solution for bridges over the Roaring Fork River adjacent to the intercept lot. But they want to be sensitive about ways that that board has made comments in the past. And I think that they're gonna have a discussion about it tomorrow, submitting a comment to this board. I don't know what the substance of that comment is, but I just wanted to let you know that that discussion's gonna be had. I don't know if the board wants to invite a letter from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, or have one of the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board members attend the next planning meeting on that. My intention would also be to make sure I talk with Gary and his team about the Healthy Rivers and Stream Board and their comment and all that kind of stuff, so everybody's playing in the same sandbox. But they are a little sensitive about that, so I wanted to bring it up with you all.
Who is?
The Healthy Rivers and Streams Board.
I didn't know whether you meant OSD.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I think we should see if they'll do a letter and bring it, we can have it at our, we have a joint meeting coming with Open Space about the bridges coming up soon.
I know you have a joint meeting with the Open Space and Trails Board in September. I believe it's September 3rd.
Yeah.
Okay, I see
Well,
Greg.
It's about
and
the
then
health, it's about the bridges.
Oh, okay. In any event,
What'd you say, Patty?
It's about the bridges. It's a follow-up discussion on the bridges.
I'm gonna.
We've never had any discussion with the board about the bridges. That I've never been at one.
No, with
For
Open Space and
OSD.
Trails.
We've been with the staff, we've never had it at a board meeting.
Right, right.
They've
That's,
just been at these meetings, not at
On the bridges?
like the.
well, we're gonna have a joint meeting with them to discuss the bridges with new information and as a result of our site visit, et cetera.
So you're asking, are we sensitive to whether or not Healthy Rivers and Streams weighs in?
I'm sorry. I am expressing that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board has some sensitivity about how they've made public comments about projects that have been proposed by other departments in the county, specifically the Open Space and Trails Board in the past. I don't think that level of tension is necessary, so I'm trying to open up a dialogue about the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board's desire to provide some input to you all while not getting too far ahead of the planning process that you all are in right now.
Sure.
So,
Greg and then Steve.
I just want to say that I would encourage board and board members to communicate with us regarding their concerns, and I certainly don't want to hobble them. We do have a process. We've got a ways of doing it, running it up the chain, I assume, and I really appreciate, Rye, that you're following through on this. But it's very important to me that the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board feel that they have a voice in this or any other issue. It's also important to make sure that I understand that the staff in their boards before they bring things to us. So I think this is important, and I'm glad you're on it, Rye. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Greg. Steve?
Yeah, I would welcome the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board to, as a group, study the bridges and give us comments on it. Both for and against kind of comments would be very helpful to my way of thinking. I remember an instance in the past where one individual from the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board, kind of on their own, was making comments that were a little bit subverting the Open Space and Trails Crystal River Trail, which had a lot of bridge crossings proposed. That individual did it as really on their own. It wasn't the board studying that and making comments to us. So I think there is a difference to having the whole group look at it and give us comments versus one person speaking as if they have the authority to speak for the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board when they actually hadn't done the study. So I would welcome their comments on that.
Steve, you always have a good way of remembering how things went in the past, and that's very accurate. So I think that is great. I think the Healthy Rivers and Streams Board will really welcome that opportunity, and I'd like to further the conversation between staff of both boards to make sure we're all working,
Good.
playing nice while expressing our viewpoints. So, thank you.
Okay. Any other items? Otherwise, I'll look for a
Just
motion.
quick-
Oh, Greg,
quick-
yes.
Just a quick one, only that we did receive correspondence from Representative Amabile about the backcountry short-term rental proposal that was backing, and she expressed an interest in coming up to see us in early September, maybe around the 5th. Now she's waiting to find out what happens with the special session, but she's still interested in coming up to talk to us, and I just wanted the board to be apprised of that. I know I told Kelly, but I wasn't sure if anybody else knew. So I've been speaking with her, and we've invited her with a letter to come up and talk to us about this and take a site visit. And she's interested, but we're not sure when. Just wanted to let you all know. Thanks.
Thanks, Greg.
So Greg, this meeting has gone so long that none of us has been able to go to the core celebration.
I know.
Which is just really.
Oh, sorry about that.
It's really too bad.
Yeah.
I feel really bad about
I
it.
thought it was starting.
They had, the Corps had 200 RSVPs.
4 to 6.
So,
Okay.
I'm gonna make a motion to adjourn.
I'll second.
Thank you. All right, all in favor,
Bye,
please say
safe.
aye.
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 Both of you, bye, aye.
Thank you all for production.